Chapter 643. The painful look on Qiao Ming's face couldn't be hidden from Yang Chen. In order to help Qiao Ming not let him have greater pain, Yang Chen even set up a sound isolation formation around Qiao Ming to ensure that he would not be disturbed by the outside world. But Yang Chen did not think that the sound of Qiao Ming's own breathing and heartbeat was enough to make him crazy. His muscles were almost twisted, and the cold sweat never stopped, oozing from Qiao Ming's head and body. At this time, Qiao Ming, not to mention breathing and heartbeat, even standing in the same place, he could feel that the soles of his feet were like being scalded by a soldering iron, but it was only the pain caused by his own weight on the soles of his feet. Mr. Good has a characteristic, that is, he can endure. Even Yang Chen did not expect that this character would give Qiao Ming great help at this time. Even if it was painful, Qiao Ming endured it. At this moment, he actually used all kinds of senses to observe, feel, listen to the flow of blood in his body, and experience the flow of spiritual power in his body. Under this feeling, it was even more detailed than using spiritual awareness to explore himself. Some subtle places, where Qiao Ming had never noticed before, were all displayed in Qiao Ming's senses at this time. There was never a moment when Qiao Ming knew his body so well. In the great pain, Qiao Ming was concentrating on feeling the mystery of his body and did not realize how long it had been. He just knew that his whole body's blood and spiritual power had circulated for more than 20 times. After more than 20 times, there were slight differences each time, but they were all in the same parts. Just when he wanted to continue to feel it, the pain of his whole body was like the water directly seeping into the bucket, suddenly disappearing without a trace, and the clear feeling was lost in an instant. However, Qiao Ming did not feel disappointed, just carefully recalling the place where the blood and spiritual power in his body changed every time. Suddenly, Qiao Ming had a glimmer of enlightenment. These places were where he couldn't control them accurately. Since he noticed that something was wrong, Qiao Ming naturally had to make targeted corrections. With his cultivation at the peak of the gold core realm, it only took him a day to find a way to quickly correct those small flaws. When the last part became the same every time, the spiritual power in his body suddenly began to surge. However, this time, it seemed to be 2 times stronger than usual. As soon as the intensity of his spiritual power increased, Qiao Ming immediately noticed that his mind was empty. He laughed, and the spiritual power of his whole body surged. The small soundproof array arranged by Yang Chen suddenly broke. In the sky, a large mass of dark clouds inexplicably began to appear. It was still daytime, but when the dark clouds covered the sky, it actually became dark, as if it was nighttime. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen's face suddenly showed a smile. Qiao Ming, with the help of this inner sensing pill, was enlightened in time and successfully triggered the tribulation. The dark clouds in the sky were the tribulation clouds of the lightning tribulation. Yang Chen knew the tribulation cloud, and of course, many other people in Chunyang Palace also knew it. Soon, there were a few more figures in front of Yang Chen's pill room. It was the head of the palace and several elders, as well as several hall masters. Everyone was attracted by Qiao Ming's abnormal spiritual power. At the same time, they also discovered the tribulation clouds and specially came to watch the ceremony. As soon as he arrived here, the law enforcement hall master immediately understood what happened and quickly left to arrange. Qiao Ming's tribulation was to form his nascent soul. There must be a lot of disciples in the Jedon stage who wanted to watch the ceremony, but they couldn't hinder Qiao Ming's tribulation, so someone must arrange it. The head of the palace looked at Yang Chen strangely. This was outside Yang Chen's pill room, but Qiao Ming was going to cross his tribulation. What was going on? But at this juncture, the head of the palace did not ask much, just paying attention to Qiao Ming not far away. The Jedon stage masters who were still in Chunyang Palace were lucky enough to catch up with Qiao Ming's tribulation this time. Under the quick arrangement of Meng Xian, almost all of them were gathered here, but they were all leaning 200 feet away, watching quietly. Xiao Ming did not let everyone wait for a long time. After the tribulation clouds in the sky slowly formed, there was a click sound, and the first tribulation thunder struck down. The huge lightning directly hit Xiao Ming's body, and Xiao Ming's whole body lit up. However, this light only flashed for a moment before disappearing without a trace. The second, the third, the thunder tribulation was stronger than the last, but Xiao Ming did not dodge at all, and did not even take out the thunder pomegranate given to him by Yang Chen to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation. He just stood still and let the thunder tribulation hit his body. Every time, his body would shine for a while, and then it would return to normal. With each thunder tribulation falling, Xiao Ming's shining time was getting longer and longer. When the last one, the ninth thunder tribulation, fell again, Xiao Ming's body finally moved. In a flash, Xiao Ming had already flown into the air, as if he took the initiative to meet the thunder tribulation. The person flashed a huge light in the air, like a human-shaped firework. Immediately afterward, Xiao Ming's familiar laughter came from the sky, and then Xiao Ming's figure flew directly to the side of the palace master with a bright light. The person was still in the air, and the clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the sky became clear again. Disciple Xiao Ming greets the palace master. When everything had returned to normal, Xiao Ming's people had already bowed in front of the palace master. Congratulations! The head of the palace congratulated Xiao Ming. The other elders around him were also full of joy, and a series of congratulations. The tribulation was successful, and the Yuanying stage was completed in the process of crossing the tribulation. Xiao Ming had become another Yuanying stage master announced by the Chunyang Palace. And this time, the tribulation was very thorough, without the help of the power of the thunder pomegranate. It was purely Xiao Ming's own cultivation base. A group of Zhedan stage masters witnessed the process of Xiao Ming's tribulation, and all of them had some insight. The high-level members of the Chunyang Palace were all there. For the time being, there was nothing for them to do here. They all quickly returned to their own courtyards, and then recalled the process of crossing the tribulation in order to increase their experience. What happened in the end? After a rush of congratulations, the palace master finally asked, "This disciple has been stuck in the bottleneck for a long time. I took a medicinal pill newly refined by Yang Chen, and by chance, I succeeded in crossing the tribulation." Xiao Ming certainly would not hide it, and directly said the cause and effect. "A medicinal pill made you break through? What kind of medicinal pill is that?" The palace master was overjoyed, and immediately asked quickly, "Is it the Yuanying pill?" "It is the pill recipe that this disciple got from the monster race, the inner sensing pill." Yang Chen replied respectfully, and his face was also full of joy. Chapter 644. The medicinal pill of the monster race? The master of the palace was just stunned, but immediately returned to normal. Whether it was the medicinal pill of the human race or the monster race, as long as it worked, it was a good medicinal pill. What is the effect of this medicinal pill? Zhu Chuntao, as the master of the medicinal hall, was naturally very concerned about the medicinal pill, and immediately couldn't wait to ask. After Yang Chen introduced the role of the inner sensing pill, everyone was silent. To explore the operation of their own blood and spiritual power in the body, this kind of medicinal pill was simply unheard of and unseen. Everyone understood that no matter how powerful a genius was, when they were cultivating, it was impossible to take care of everything. There were always some parts of the body that were not taken into account. There were strong and weak. This was a very normal phenomenon, but everyone generally did not take care of it when they were cultivating. This was not to say that everyone did not pay attention to it when they were cultivating, but the meridians on the body were originally distributed in disorder, there were dents, and it was normal for this kind of situation to occur. Only those who cultivated to the extreme could feel the distribution of blood in the body, and could make up for the shortcomings in the body. But most people, even more than half of the Yuanying stage masters, could not do this. This medicinal pill actually had such a powerful function. After listening to the introduction of Yang Chen, after contemplating for a while, the eyes of several Yuanying stage ancestors suddenly lit up. With this inner sensing pill, didn't it mean that everyone could clearly know the situation in their own body in the future, and targeted to make up for some of the places that they could not cultivate? No wonder Qiao Ming could break through to the peak Jedon stage. It was really powerful. All the people present were elder-level figures, and the only two who were not elders were Yang Qin and Qiao Ming. Among the two, one was the refiner of the medicinal pill, and the other had already crossed the tribulation and would soon join the ranks of the elders. At the beginning, when Yang Qin introduced it, the master of the palace quietly arranged two restrictions, isolating the possibility of outsiders eavesdropping. Now that they were all on the same side, naturally there was no need to hide anything. Everyone knew that Yang Chen had added a big killing weapon to the Chunyang Palace, and everyone's heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. This inner sensing pill, not only could it be used by the Jedon stage masters, even these Yuanying stage ancestors could still use it. The news that Xiao Ming was promoted to a Yuanying stage ancestor quickly spread out, but not many people knew that it was related to Yang Chen. Chunyang Palace tightly sealed the news, but some people inside Chunyang Palace were vaguely aware that Xiao Ming's promotion must have something to do with Yang Chen. Just the fact that Xiao Ming's tribulation was outside of Yang Chen's alchemy workshop was enough to arouse many people's imagination. However, those who could attend the ceremony at that time were basically trustworthy people in Chunyang Palace. No matter who they were, they would not leak the news. However, Yang Chen now had to start to consider whether the power of the second-grade inner sensing pill was too strong, and the medicinal effect was too fierce. Although Qiao Ming had already advanced to the nascent soul realm, there was still some small damage to his hearing. It would take a while to recover. For this issue, Zhu Chuntao, who had the most right to speak on alchemy, also temporarily supported Yang Chen's proposition. According to Qiao Ming's personal experience, after the inner sensing pill was taken, although the time of effect was very short, it was only for dozens of breaths, but it made Qiao Ming have a huge pain. If the duration was longer, although Qiao Ming could still form his nascent soul, he would inevitably be hurt more deeply. The second-grade inner sensing pill, after Yang Chen and Zhu Chuntao discussed it, they decided to temporarily seal it. Next, Yang Chen would first refine a batch of first-grade inner sensing pills. Perhaps after the adaptation of the first-grade inner sensing pill, everyone would be able to get used to the powerful medicinal properties of the second-grade inner sensing pill. There was a refining, and it was still a second-grade refining, so it was much simpler for Yang Chen to refine the first-grade inner sensing pill again. This time, it only took 3 months to complete the refining of the first-grade inner sensing pill. Yang Chen was refining, but the news of Qiao Ming forming his nascent soul had already spread. Chunyang Palace was now rising, so everyone was always paying attention to the news about Chunyang Palace. A good gentleman had actually succeeded in forming his nascent soul, and it was in the situation where he had been troubled by the peak Jedon stage for hundreds of years. Originally, Qiao Ming was a quiet person, and everyone had almost forgotten his existence. Among the several hall masters of Chunyang Palace, Liang Xiaoming was famous. When had they heard of Qiao Ming? But Qiao Ming actually formed his nascent soul, which made people puzzled. Many people began to inquire if Qiao Ming had any adventures, or for other reasons. However, the people of Chunyang Palace were very tight-lipped, and almost all the people who had attended the ceremony were in retreat, so outsiders simply did not know the reason. Regarding the matter of the inner sensing pill, Chunyang Palace intended to hold it tightly in their hands and temporarily not spread it. It must be known that the pill recipe of the monster race was not only available in Chunyang Palace. Being able to have a period of time was an advantage for a period of time. When Yang Chen came out of the alchemy room again, the door of the alchemy room had been replaced by another person, but it was Su Qingxin, the hall master of the Foreign Affairs Hall. When Su Qingxin saw Yang Chen, he was also looking forward to it. The whole story of Qiao Ming forming his nascent soul, Chunyang Palace did not hide it from these hall masters. Seeing that Qiao Ming had also succeeded in forming his nascent soul, Su Qingxin also had a lot of ideas. According to Su Qingxin's qualifications, being in the peak Zhedan stage was already the limit. Su Qingxin himself was well aware of this, and the other high-level members of Chunyang Palace were also well aware of it. If there was no Yangchen, and there was no inner sensing pill, Su Qingxin would accept his fate. However, Chunyang Palace had an alchemy master, and his medicinal pills were superb. Not only was there a questioning inner heart pill, but now there was also an inner sensing pill. Looking at Qiao Ming, who was about the same as himself, after taking a second-grade inner sensing pill, he successfully crossed his tribulation and formed his nascent soul, which made Su Qingxin unable to sit still. After thinking about it again and again, he went directly to the door of Yang Chen's alchemy room and waited, looking forward to a miracle. Su Qingxin's thoughts, Yang Chen knew it clearly. In his previous life, Su Qingxin was also stuck in the bottleneck of forming his nascent soul. Until the destruction of Chunyang Palace, he could not go further. In the battle with the Taishanmen, he died. In this life, Su Qingxin also took care of Yang Chen a lot. Not to mention later, when Chu Heng was still there, Su Qingxin took care of Yang Chen at the Heavenly Stairway gathering. Of course, Yang Chen would not forget this sentiment, so he would give Su Qingxin the mantis puppet and thunder pomegranate. However, since there was an inner sensing pill, Su Qingxin had to try it to see if this medicinal pill of the monster race that had not been refined by the second grade had any effect. Chapter 645. Of course, this time, Yang Chen and Su Qingxin would not immediately test the effect of the inner sensing pill at the door of Yang Chen's pill room. With the last incident, the two of them had to report to the head of the palace. Yang Chen had this intention. Su Qingxin had been responsible for foreign affairs for many years, and knew this truth better. The two came to the residence of the head of the palace and explained their intentions. This time, the head of the palace was very straightforward and gathered several elders. Everyone wanted to see the effect of this inner sensing pill with their own eyes. Su Qingxin had made up his mind, and did not care that he had become the object of the test. He quietly waited for the arrival of the elders, and then started. All the elders were here, and even Qiao Ming, who was newly promoted to the Yuanying stage ancestor, was no exception. The elders wanted to urgently know if this inner sensing pill was really helpful in forming the nascent soul. In 3 months, Qiao Ming's hearing damage had been completely recovered, and he was steadily consolidating his cultivation base. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with taking the inner sensing pill at all. In order to prevent the carelessness of taking the medicinal pill and immediately starting the tribulation to form the nascent soul, this time, Su Qingxin took the medicine in the mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace. Of course, it was not in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave, so as not to damage the Immortal's Cave because of the tribulation. After arranging a soundproof formation, Su Qingxin sat cross-legged, put on a posture of cultivation, and swallowed the first-grade inner sensing pill in his hand. Soon, in the eyes of everyone, they saw the abnormality shown by Su Qingxin. His face was flushed, as if he was enduring some pain. Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at Su Qingxin without blinking, for fear of missing something. What was surprising was that the first-grade inner sensing pill lasted several times longer than the second-grade inner sensing pill. When Qiao Ming took it, it was only a few dozen breaths before the effect disappeared, and now Su Qingxin actually persisted for half an incense stick of time before it ended. This time, there was no tribulation cloud immediately, indicating that Su Qingxin did not enter the state of forming the nascent soul. However, even so, Su Qingxin's face was full of cold sweat, as if he had experienced a painful ordeal. Everyone didn't know what the situation was like. No one dared to take the initiative to open the restriction. Everything was waiting for Chief Su to do it himself. After a long time, Hall Master Su slowly returned to normal and took the initiative to remove the restriction. Immediately, he heard the eagerness of the head of the palace. "How is it? My cultivation is still not up to par." Su Qingshin may have realized a lot of things from this time's inner sensing pill. Although he was not able to form his nascent soul on the spot, his face still couldn't suppress the excitement. "I thought I had reached the peak of the Jedon stage, only the last step was left. Now I understand that it is still far away." He checked the circulation of his qi, blood, and spiritual power. Sure enough, he was right. Su Qingshin finally understood why he had been unable to cross over. However, despite his excitement, Su Qingshin still felt some regret. After a pause, Su Qingshin slowly shook his head and said, "When I was at Foundation Establishment, I went in the wrong direction. Even now I can't change it." After he said that, everyone sighed. There was a deviation when laying the foundation. Now it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to correct it. Not to mention Yang Chen, it was estimated that even the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord could not change it. Unless Su Qingshin was willing to abolish his cultivation base and start over again. However, at Su Qingshin's current age, abolishing his cultivation base meant a dead end. If he didn't wait for his cultivation base to be restored, it was estimated that his lifespan would be exhausted. Try to make up for it. If it doesn't work, use the Thunder Pomegranate to forcibly cross the tribulation and improve your cultivation base. Everyone was silent and no one said anything. Yang Chen looked at it and said next to him, "Maybe with the help of the thunder during the tribulation, these hidden dangers can be removed." Crossing the tribulation was not only a test of heaven, but also a reward for the person who crossed the tribulation. Originally, everyone was a little depressed. When they heard the words of Yang Chen, everyone suddenly became spirited. Even Su Qingshin changed his previous regret and became more and more excited. This first-grade inner sensing pill, is there any unbearable situation? Now that there was a way, everyone was no longer silent. Zhu Qintao immediately revolved around the efficacy of the inner sensing pill and asked Su Qingshin how he felt. Su Qingshin didn't hide anything and quickly told him what he felt. With a comparison with Xiaoming, everyone quickly figured out a lot. The first-grade inner sensing pill and the second-grade inner sensing pill, basically the efficacy should be the same. The difference was that the second-grade inner sensing pill shortened the time by almost 10 times, but it increased the sensory sensitivity by more than 10 times. While the pain was aggravated, it could also make people who took the medicine more clearly understand the problem. This time, Su Qingshin understood a lot, but it was still not enough. In response to the problems found this time, several elders took turns to point out and quickly adjusted Su Qingshin's cultivation. In just a short month, Su Qingshin had corrected his previous cultivation mistake. Everyone gathered again, and Su Qingshin once again took a first-grade inner sensing pill and understood his own blood and spiritual power. However, this time it was obvious that Su Qingshin was used to it a lot and did not show so much pain. "How is it?" It was still Zhu Qintao who asked. "The problems from the last time have been corrected, and nothing else has been found." Su Qingshin quickly replied, thinking about it, and continued, "Maybe the first-grade inner sensing pill can no longer make me feel deeper." This point everyone also accepted. Taking the first-grade inner sensing pill twice, there would not be too many things that could be felt at this level. If he wanted to continue to understand it deeply, it was estimated that he still needed the second-grade inner sensing pill. Try the second grade. It was Xiaoming who spoke. Only Xiaoming had taken the second-grade inner sensing pill, and he was the most vocal besides Yang Chen. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Qingshin swallowed a second-grade inner sensing pill. Inside the formation, Su Qingshin's face suddenly turned red, his body trembled, the muscles on his face twisted directly, and there was no place on his body that was not tense. He could no longer adhere to the sitting posture of cultivation, and his body directly completed the shape of a shrimp. Everyone was shocked, but at this moment no one could help. Apart from watching Su Qingxin struggle to endure it, there was no other way. Fortunately, the time did not last long, and the time of dozens of breaths was fleeting. Soon, Su Qingxin's body slowly unfolded, and the look on his face was no longer so painful. Just as everyone was rejoicing, in the clear sky, there was a sudden wind and clouds, and a large dark cloud quickly shrouded the sky over Chunyang Palace. In a moment, the sky was covered tightly. The tribulation cloud of the thunder tribulation actually came again at this time. Looking at this scene, all the high-level members of Chunyang Palace were happy to the extreme. Chapter 646. Not to mention whether Su Qingxin's tribulation was successful or not, just the 2 second-grade inner sensing pills allowed the 2 masters of the peak Jedon stage to begin the process of crossing their tribulation, which had already explained many problems. The effect of the second-grade inner sensing pill, at this moment, had been raised by the head of the palace and the elders to a level similar to that of the nascent soul pill, and the spiritual awareness was even better. After all, the nascent soul pill only improved the success rate of forming the nascent soul. It was only effective after the user reached the stage of forming the nascent soul. Unlike now, it could raise the peak Jedon stage to the stage of forming the nascent soul. The tribulation clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower, and Su Qingxin's face in the formation was getting more and more serious. He raised his head and looked nervously at the approaching tribulation clouds, and 2 thunder pomegranates suddenly appeared in his hands. This was what Yang Chun gave him a long time ago. The intention was to let Su Qingxin absorb part of the power of the thunder tribulation when he was not sure of crossing the tribulation. Such a scene has already attracted the attention of many people. The Jedon stage disciples who have been in Chunyang Palace recently were definitely blessed. In just 3 or 4 months, they could continuously watch the process of the 2 masters crossing the tribulation and forming the nascent soul. For them, it was definitely the best reference and experience. Without the arrangement of the head of the palace, those Jedon stage disciples skillfully occupied their respective positions and observed carefully. The whole process was very orderly, as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times. In fact, it was only because it had been done once more than 3 months ago that everyone was familiar with it. This was the core area of Chunyang Palace, and the defense was tight. Su Qingxin's process of crossing the tribulation was not afraid of others' interference. It was not easy to appear in this place, break through the siege of hundreds of Jedon stage masters, and make trouble under the eyes of the 11 Yuanying stage masters of Chunyang Palace. Seeing that the tribulation clouds were getting lower and lower, with a click, a thunder light finally broke out and directly hit Su Qingxin's body. The first thunder tribulation, Su Qingxin did not use the thunder pomegranate. If he couldn't even take the first thunder tribulation himself, there was no difference whether he used the thunder pomegranate or not. The lightning tribulations had always been stronger than the previous one. In fact, the more thunder tribulation he could withstand, the greater the benefits for the future. Only when he was not sure could he use the thunder pomegranate. Boom, the formation around Su Qingxin's body shattered in response, and lightning directly descended on his body. It was different from Qiaoming. Qiaoming had a fire spirit root, so when the lightning tribulation struck his body, it immediately shone brightly. Su Qingxin, on the other hand, had a water attribute spiritual root. The moment the lightning tribulation entered his body, it was as if it was absorbed by Su Qingxin's body, disappearing without a trace. Su Qingxin easily withstood the first lightning tribulation. His face revealed an even more confident expression. However, the 2 thunder pomegranates in his hands had not been withdrawn. He still held them in his hands just in case. Boom! The second bolt of lightning descended and sank into Su Qingxin's body. But this time, Su Qingxin was not as relaxed as before. It took a while for the aftershocks of the lightning to slowly disappear. Then came the third, the fourth, each thicker than the last, until the eighth. The first lightning bolt was only as thick as a person's thigh, but the eighth lightning bolt was as thick as two people. When the eighth lightning bolt entered his body, Su Qingxin's face was already covered in sweat. Anyone could see that he was struggling to resist. Finally, Su Qingxin, who was flushed, completely absorbed the eighth lightning tribulation, but the power of the lightning tribulation still made him vomit blood. A mouthful of bright red blood sprayed out 3 feet away. It was a ghastly sight to behold. The Jedon stage masters who were watching the ceremony were all in a cold sweat and worried about Su Qingxin. At the same time, they were also very concerned. If they saw a master who was crossing the tribulation fail when they were watching the ceremony, it would have some impact on their own cultivation and confidence. The ninth lightning bolt was even stronger than the eighth. It was already as thick as 3 people. The light was so blazing that people did not dare to look directly at it. In the worried eyes of everyone, the lightning tribulation once again fell on the top of Su Qingxin's head without mercy. This time, Su Qingxin did not try to be brave again, but used the thunder pomegranate. 2 thunder pomegranates that were bigger than Su Qingxin's fists appeared directly on the top of Su Qingxin's head. The thick lightning bolt, as if it had encountered some attraction, was directly divided into 3, 2 of which instantly disappeared into the 2 thunder pomegranates. The remaining one, the original 1/3 of the lightning tribulation, once again fell on Su Qingxin's body. The weakened 1/3 of the lightning tribulation was no longer a threat to Su Qingxin, and it was even easier than the 8th lightning tribulation. When the 9th lightning tribulation also disappeared into Su Qingxin's body, the tribulation clouds in the sky finally no longer gathered, and slowly began to dissipate, revealing a clear sky. Su Qingxin's body sat firmly in the same place, and there was almost no change. However, several elders who were closer to him had already noticed that the momentum that he exuded was completely different from the past. The lightning tribulation disappeared, and Su Qingxin, who was sitting in the same place, finally returned to normal. He suddenly opened his eyes, laughed, and stood up. "Congratulations!" The master of the palace immediately congratulated Su Qingxin. The surrounding elders were also beaming with joy as they congratulated Su Qingyi. At this point, everyone knew that Su Qingxin was successful in crossing the tribulation this time, and there was another Yuanying stage master in Chunyang Palace. Although Su Qingxin still used the thunder pomegranate at the last moment, after all, he still passed the tribulation. The Yuanying stage was the Yuanying stage. Even if it was a weak Yuanying stage master, it was much stronger than the Jedon stage master. In less than 4 months, Chunyang Palace had produced 2 Yuanying stage masters. This news, it was believed that it would soon spread throughout the cultivation world. The 2 who were promoted to the Yuanying stage, one was Mr. Qiaoming, and the other was the Foreign Affairs Hall Master Su Qingxin. Many people were not optimistic about the 2 before. Now they were promoted almost at the same time. It was estimated that many people would break their heads to know. The master of the palace had decided to use the 2nd-grade inner sensing pill as the secret weapon of Chunyang Palace. The inner sensing pill was the pill recipe of the monster race, and some people could get it from other channels. However, the 2nd-grade refining was not something that everyone could do. If used well, these inner sensing pills could definitely bring a large number of masters to Chunyang Palace. Just when everyone thought that this time Su Qingxin's tribulation was over, and they wanted to disperse and go back to laugh at Su Qingxin's tribulation experience, suddenly, an aura that almost made everyone tremble suddenly appeared on the top of everyone's head. The powerful aura directly enveloped all the areas of Chunyang Palace and did not dissipate for a long time, but in the sky, a vision began to appear again. Chapter 647. A violent gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, causing everyone's clothes to flutter loudly. A faint haze began to slowly appear. That powerful aura was also getting stronger and stronger, as if it was provoking something. In the sky, the white haze was getting thicker and thicker, almost enveloping the entire area. Master Ancestor is going to cross the tribulation. Yang Chen was the first to react. His spiritual awareness instantly found the source of this aura. It was the place where Wang Yong retreated. When the head of the palace and the surrounding elders heard Yang Chen's words, they immediately reacted, and one by one they were even more surprised. Wang Yong's tribulation meant that Chunyang Palace could soon have a master of the Desheng stage. How could it not make everyone happy? Not good, let everyone disperse. The Yin Fire tribulation is not something that anyone can watch. The head of the palace instantly realized that it was not appropriate. If they allowed the current scene to continue, then these Jedon stage masters did not know how dangerous it would be. Several elders suddenly got busy and quickly evacuated the surrounding Jedon stage disciples to a safe distance. Fortunately, the Yin Fire tribulation was not coming immediately, and there was still a long time for everyone to evacuate safely. It was almost impossible for a Jedon stage master to watch the Yin Fire tribulation, unless they were as powerful as Yang Chen. However, even so, at a distance, they could feel the aura of the Yin Fire tribulation, which was a rare experience for any cultivator. Originally, only the Jedon stage masters of Chunyang Palace had this good luck, but now, the cultivators within the entire Meiqing mountain range seemed to have a blessing. This kind of opportunity usually could not be asked for, but they actually let them encounter it. Everyone quickly dispersed, but the head of the palace secretly released the 8 Yuanying stage cultivators who were accepted in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. This kind of opportunity to watch the Yin Fire tribulation at a close distance, of course, must be enjoyed by their own people. The old tree demon was also attracted. He had not appeared for a long time, and he appeared next to Yang Chen. Without waiting for Yang Chen to say anything, he directly enveloped Yang Chen within his protective range. Although Yang Chen had the ability to protect himself, his friendship with the old tree demon was not enough for Yang Chen to protect himself when the old tree demon was around. The power of Yin Fire tribulation was huge, and Wang Yong's momentum was getting stronger and stronger. As the haze became thicker and thicker, Wang Yong's momentum also rose higher and higher. Finally, when Wang Yong's momentum reached its peak, the Yin Fire tribulation began to descend. Grandmaster Wang Yong's figure directly broke through the seclusion room and appeared in the sky above everyone's heads. Through the haze, everything seemed hazy, and he couldn't see very clearly. However, at this time, no one was stupid enough to release their spiritual awareness to explore. It was simply blatantly helping Wang Yong bear the power of the Yin Fire tribulation. The Yin Fire tribulation of a Yuanying stage master who was promoted to the Desheng stage. Except for the old tree demon, who else could take it? As Gao Yu's master and Yang Chen's grandmaster, Wang Yong naturally had a fire spirit root. The Yin Fire tribulation came, and everyone only saw a burning humanoid torch in the haze. Although Wang Yong could be seen burning, the light of the burning was not intense at all. It was just a little brighter than the normal situation. It was not enough to break through all the haze and let everyone see it clearly. But even so, the huge power of the Yin Fire tribulation, even if everyone was so far away, they could still feel it. It was just a little bit, but everyone was surprised by the power of the Yin Fire tribulation. As a Yuanying stage master, many elders felt this degree of tribulation, and they couldn't help but change their faces one by one. Not to mention resisting the tribulation, let the strongest one among them barely bear half of the power of the first Yin Fire tribulation, it was estimated that they would die on the spot. Could it be that this Yin Fire tribulation was so strong? For a time, everyone, including the master of the palace, had a feeling of discouragement. The flame in Junior Brother Wang's body has absorbed the power of the Yin Fire tribulation, so there will be this kind of power. The old tree demon next to him also felt that Wang Yong's fire tribulation was extraordinary, but he quickly figured out the problem and said, "This time the fire tribulation is a bit more powerful, but it is not unbearable for everyone. But if you want to add junior brother Wang's flame, I can't take it." Gui Shanyu was a disciple of the master of the palace, and his seniority was the same as the master of the palace, plus he was the oldest, so he called Wang Yong as a junior brother. When he explained this, everyone immediately understood. The fire tribulation plus Wang Yong's own flame, of course, the power was not strong, and it was normal to not be able to take it. Gui Shanyu's body was a laurel tree, the first wood attribute of iron, and the fire restrained the wood. It was innately limited, and it was normal that he could not take it. However, why did Wang Yong merge his own flame with the fire tribulation and enhance the power to this point? Looking at the hazy figure in the mist, no one could understand. The ancestor is using the power of the fire tribulation to quench a new flame, and to absorb the power of the fire. Yang Chen suddenly explained on the side. Among the people present, if Yang Chen dared to say that his understanding of the flame ranked second, then no one dared to claim to be the first, even Wang Yong, who was facing the tribulation. Don't look at him as the ancestor, but he really couldn't compare with Yang Chen's insight. Listening to Yang Chen's explanation, everyone once again realized. For Yang Chen to speak at this time, no one expressed surprise. Even the newly received Yuanying stage masters of the Hall of Eccentrics were the same. After understanding, everyone looked forward to Wang Yong more and more. Others were cautious in their tribulation, and they could not concentrate on the power of the tribulation. Wang Yong actually had the leisure time to absorb the fire tribulation to quench the flame. It could be seen that his confidence was not ordinary. Could it be that this time, Chunyang Palace was really going to have another master of the Deshang stage? The fluctuation of the vitality in Meiqing Mountain was simply the best sign. Even if it was a cultivator with no knowledge, they knew that there was a master who was facing the tribulation. In the same day, there were two heavenly tribulations, a thunder tribulation and a fire tribulation, which surprised some of the guys lurking in Meiqing Mountain, and they couldn't believe what they saw. If Su Qingxin's Yuanying stage was acceptable to everyone, then the sudden appearance of a quasi-Deshang stage master was absolutely shocking. Wang Yong's retreat to the Deshang stage was not concealed from outsiders. So many people guessed that Wang Yong was facing the tribulation. Countless people stared at the direction of the tribulation, and there was only one concept left in their hearts. Within 3 or 4 months, Chunyang Palace had 2 more Yuanying stage masters. If Wang Yong passed the fire tribulation, then there would be another master of the Deshang stage. This rapid increase in power could only explain one thing: Chunyang Palace was really rising. Chapter 648. There was an essential difference between having one master of the Deshang stage and 2 masters of the Deshang stage in a sect. If nothing else, a master of the Deshang stage, the best result for the sect was to sit in the sect and guide the younger generation while cultivating. However, this method had a big flaw. Reading 10,000 books was not as good as walking 10,000 miles. A master of the Deshang stage could not become a master by staying in the sect and then reach the peak of the tribulation to ascend. They always had to experience all kinds of human feelings, accumulate enough experience, and even have arduous battles, in order to improve their own state of mind. The masters who have been staying in the sect would never be able to ascend. However, the sect was the foundation of the development of the entire sect, and everyone must strictly guard it. If it wasn't for the old tree demon Gui Shanyu who had a clone, he could only stay in Meiqing Mountain. The 2 masters of the Deshang stage were different. The 2 could take turns and discuss with each other. When the cultivation base reached the level of the Deshang stage, many times the cultivation was not simply the cultivation of spiritual power, but the improvement of the state of mind. It was always better to discuss with 2 people than to be depressed. When a master of the Deshang stage was in, He could only work hard to understand himself. Even if he wanted to ask others, there was no chance. First, there were not many people who could instruct the masters of the Deshang stage. Second, the masters of other sects, why would they instruct you? Two people were different. There were not so many precautions between the same sect. At least in some aspects, they could discuss freely, which was especially important for the cultivation of the state of mind. Apart from these, to deal with a master of the Deshang stage, at least one master of the Deshang stage was needed, and perhaps a few Yuanying stage masters were needed to help. But to deal with two masters of the Deshang stage, it must be at least 3 masters of the Deshang stage to have a chance of winning. It could be said that 2 masters of the Deshang stage meant that this sect was as stable as Mount Tai and could be passed on for a long time. Wang Yong was different from the old tree demon Gui Shanyu. The old tree demon was a different person and later joined the Chunyang Palace, but Wang Yong entered the Chunyang Palace from the beginning of his cultivation and cultivated little by little until he reached this point. His feelings for Chunyang Palace were far beyond that of the old tree demon. The head of the palace and other elders were more willing to have a native master of the Deshang stage, so that outsiders would say that Chunyang Palace really had a master of the Deshang stage cultivated by themselves, rather than being lucky and recruiting one. Wang Yong's fire tribulation continued, but except for the old tree demon and Yang Chen, everyone else had to retreat. The momentum coming from Wang Yong's side had been rising, and the flame on Wang Yong's body, for some reason, had released an amazing heat. Even the head of the palace and the elders could not resist it, and could only retreat. It wasn't that they couldn't withstand this level of heat, but if they wanted to resist it, they would have to use their spiritual power to resist. At this time, whether it was the confrontation of spiritual power or the exploration of the divine sense, it would only invite trouble to oneself. The heavenly tribulation would not care whether it was the person crossing the tribulation or not. The old tree demon was of the wood attribute. In addition to being able to feel that Wang Yong's flame was very dangerous, he could not deeply understand Wang Yong's fire control technique and the difficulty of it. However, the old tree demon was not clear, but Yang Chen was very clear. Wang Yong used the fire of the heavenly tribulation to quench his own flame, which made Yang Chen very surprised. What surprised him the most was that he couldn't recognize what Wang Yong's flame was. When Wang Yong was in the peak Yuanying stage, it was only a 4th grade fire seed. Before the retreat, he had not heard of Wang Yong getting any good fire seed. But now in the eyes of Yang Chen, Wang Yong's fire seed was no longer the original 4th grade fire seed, but a flame that he had never seen before. The strength of this flame was rare in the world. Even Yang Chen was not sure to recognize it, and others were even more puzzled. Yang Chen couldn't understand what kind of fire seed this was, or he could only wait for Wang Yong's tribulation to complete before he could really know the answer. Using the fire tribulation to quench the flame, this was not Wang Yong's original creation, but the result of Yang Chen's intentional or unintentional mention before. At this point, Yang Chen was not surprised at all. But this flame was really too strong. According to Yang Chen's estimation, it had at least reached the level of the 6th grade flame. That was still the current level. If he waited for it to be quenched with the fire tribulation, he might be able to break through the limit of the 6th level and become a 7th level flame. The 7th level flame, that was already the strongest in the mortal world. The pure yang true fire left by the ancestor was just a 7th level flame. Wang Yong did not rely on the strength of the original flame, but abruptly used his own and external forces to raise the grade of his own fire seed to the extreme. It was simply challenging the limits of the cultivators in the world. In the previous life, Wang Yong had fallen before he even reached the peak Yuanying stage. In this life, with Yang Chen, everything has become completely different from the original. According to this level, the development of Wang Yong was stronger than that of Yang Chen's previous life. You must know that even if Yang Chen's previous life was bad, He was still ranked as a great principal golden immortal. The fire burned silently, and the people in the distance seemed to only be able to see this. However, Yang Chen and the old tree demon were so close that they could see it more clearly. Although the master of the palace and other Yuanying stage masters were a little further away, they could also see it clearly. As the second stage of the fire tribulation, in addition to burning on the body of Wang Yong, it was also burning in Wang Yong's flame. No one could describe the situation at this moment. There was only one thought in the eyes of everyone who saw this scene, that was, Wang Yong, whether it was the flame or the body, seemed to be bathed in the fire of the tribulation, purifying and quenching, or perhaps, Nirvana rebirth was more suitable to describe the change of Wang Yong at this moment. Everyone understood the danger of the fire tribulation, but no one in this circle thought that this fire tribulation would have any impact on Wang Yong. This was a speechless feeling. It seemed that in everyone's mind it was so natural. The smile on Yang Chen's face had never been less. He had completely seen that Wang Yong did not take the risk of crossing the tribulation after barely reaching the realm, but after experiencing sufficient accumulation, he made the decision to cross the tribulation. Perhaps it was attracted by the 2 consecutive thunder tribulations in just 2 months. The changes caused by the heaven and earth's essence would never be hidden from the perception of Wang Yong, and the success of the 2 people in a row also made Wang Yong full of confidence in his own tribulation. In short, in the process of Wang Yong's tribulation, it was full of an indomitable momentum. This momentum was even stronger than the old tree demon who had suppressed more than a dozen fire tribulations. Chapter 649. The reason why the old tree demon Gui Shanyu would suppress the fire tribulation was that he did not have the confidence to cross the tribulation. He cultivated by himself, and sometimes he was not very clear about the level of his cultivation base. He never thought about what it meant to suppress more than a dozen fire tribulations. In addition, the old tree demon was a wood attribute. Although the fire did not directly subdue wood, it had a fatal damage to the wood attribute. Therefore, even when he was crossing the tribulation in Meiqing Mountain, Gui Shanyu was still a little guilty. If Yang Chen hadn't given him the clone secret art and transformation secret art, he would still not be so confident. Now Wang Yong was completely different. The surging momentum and the constant provocation of the tribulation directly reflected that his confidence had burst to the extreme. The tribulation was now not a tribulation for Wang Yong, but a sledgehammer and anvil to temper himself, which could only make himself stronger. The 3rd and 4th tribulation, every time a fire tribulation came, even if the crowd was far away, they could perceive the confidence and assurance that Wang Yong showed. This confidence not only made Wang Yong feel relaxed when dealing with the tribulation, but it even affected all the cultivators within 100 miles. At this moment, all the cultivators felt the positive confidence and the heroic spirit of never giving up. It was not known how many people had felt that they could not see the road ahead clearly, they had been lost and confused, but at this moment, they suddenly had a thorough understanding. Compared with Wang Yong's tribulation, what difficulties and obstacles they had encountered before, what cultivation bottlenecks, almost all of them had become illusory. Countless cultivators at this moment suddenly put down the knot that had been entangled in their hearts for a long time. They were enlightened, their thoughts were clear, and even the spiritual power in their bodies began to stir. Within 100 miles, the inner mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was completely covered, and this area was an area where people from other sects and rogue cultivators could not enter without an invitation. The impact of Wang Yong's momentum made all the inner mountain disciples of Chunyang Palace unknowingly undergo a spiritual baptism. But the tribulation did not end here, and it still fell step by step. The 5th, 6th, 7th. At the time of the 7th fire tribulation, the master of the palace had to retreat a few feet again, so that he could safely bear the superposition of the fire tribulation and Wang Yong's flames. At this time, whether it was the power of the tribulation or the power of Wang Yong's flame. In short, the stronger it was, the happier the head of the palace and the elders were. The stronger it was, the higher Wang Yong's cultivation base would be. If this were to continue, Wang Yong's success in transcending the tribulation was a sure thing. Just when the elders were looking forward to the birth of the second master of the Deshang stage, and other cultivators who were affected by Wang Yong's momentum were enjoying the process of being full of confidence, suddenly the scene changed. The 8th Yin fire tribulation was normal, but the 9th one suddenly surged several times. The violent process was like a pot of boiling oil that had been simmering over a fire. Suddenly, a torch was thrown into the pot. Wang Yong's surroundings suddenly turned into a huge field of fire. Countless bright flames directly lit up all the thick fog, and even the haze was burned away by the sudden flames without a trace. The fastest reaction was the old tree demon, almost instantaneously flew back hundreds of feet, directly out of the scope of the fire. The master of the palace was not slow either. At the moment of receiving the warning of the old tree demon, he also retreated and went directly behind the old tree demon. Within the range of hundreds of feet, it was all tumbling flames. This was a new fire seed that was mixed with the flames in Wang Yong's body. In just a moment it spread into a huge flame ball. Yang Chen felt a familiar taste from the flame this time, and after a little thought, he understood. This kind of flame was clearly the Qilin fire. However, slightly different from the ordinary Qilin fire, the flame of the third fire was mixed with the smell of 9th water, so that Yang Chen did not recognize it at first. This was the harvest that Yang Chen brought to the ancestors' Qilin horn. The dual attribute Qilin horn was not only successfully refined by Wang Yong into his life source flying sword, but also absorbed the flame in it, turning it into this unique Qilin water fire, reaching the power of the 6th grade fire seed. Everyone was in fear and didn't know what happened. All the cultivators within the range of Meiqing Mountain were feeling the spiritual power fluctuations of Wang Yong's tribulation. Suddenly, they found that there was a huge burning sun over Meiqing Mountain. For a time, countless exclamations rose and fell one after another. Everyone was staring at the huge fireball and pointing at it. What the hell was going on? Did he fail to cross the tribulation? Or did he succeed? Just as they were feeling bewildered, they suddenly heard Wang Yong's laughter that was filled with confidence and joy. Ha 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 ha! A long laugh almost challenged the limit of everyone's curiosity. Everyone couldn't wait to know the result, but the laughter lasted for a long time. After half an incense stick of time, there was no sign of stopping. However, the meaning of the incomparable confidence in the smile was still appreciated by everyone. In the huge fireball, there was still such confidence, so the confidence of the cultivators of Chunyang Palace had reached the highest. Finally, the laughter stopped, and then everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. The huge fireball suddenly began to sink towards the center, and a piercing sound of wind rang in everyone's ears. In the strong whistling sound, the fireball was suddenly blown away and turned into a thick cloud of fire. Then, the cloud of fire turned into a thin and long fire silk and flew in one direction. The end of the fire silk stopped in the mouth of Wang Yong, who was floating in the air. At this moment, Wang Yong was like sucking something delicious, swallowing the fire silk into his mouth. The flames in the sky were getting less and less, and finally, all of them were swallowed by Wang Yong. Then, the smoke and fog dissipated, the clouds were dispelled, and everything in the sky returned to normal. Wang Yong, who had absorbed all the fire clouds, laughed again, shook his body, and disappeared without a trace. But this last laugh, in the hearts of the inner sect disciples, seemed to be enlightened and entered their sea of consciousness. Everyone couldn't help but have an indelible mark in their sea of consciousness. The figure of Wang Yong's heroic laughter was firmly remembered in everyone's heart. No matter when, as long as they thought of the pride of this laughter, it seemed that all the hardships would be regarded as trivial. Even if there were many hardships in the future, it was just a whetstone for themselves. Chapter 650. Wang Yong's figure had now appeared beside the head of the palace and the elders. Although he did not straightforwardly announce that he had succeeded in crossing the tribulation, all those who noticed the spiritual power shock in the final process had already understood that Wang Yong was already a master of the Deshang stage. Countless spies in the range of Meiqin Mountain, rogue cultivators, after realizing this, almost used the fastest speed to spread the news. Chunyang Palace added a master of the Deshang stage, and it was also a master of the Deshang stage who was born and raised in Chunyang Palace. In the future, even if it was Taishanmen, it would be impossible to send a master of the Deshang stage with more than a dozen Yuanying stage cultivators to oppress Chunyang Palace. Since then, the pure Yang Palace, as a second-rate sect, could be pinched by others. The era has gone forever. Congratulations, Senior Brother Wang. Congratulations, Master Ancestor. A series of congratulations immediately appeared around Wang Yong. On everyone's face there was uncontrollable joy. With the second master of the Deshang stage, it meant that even if he went out in the future, he could also straighten his back. Even if he met the cultivators of the first-class sects, he would not have to be careful and humble. Wang Yong succeeded in crossing the tribulation, and even his temperament had changed dramatically. There was no longer the kind of guilt in Yang Chen's memory of his previous life. He was full of self-confidence, but he was a lot calmer. Standing there, he was not angry, like a towering mountain range, giving people a feeling of sturdiness and unsurmountable. Congratulations, congratulations! Wang Yong responded to everyone's congratulations, but he walked to the opposite side of the head of the palace and saluted the head of the palace as usual. Greetings, head of the palace. Senior brother is excused. The head of the palace was already trembling with excitement at the moment. When did Chunyang Palace have such a glorious moment? Who would have thought that under his leadership it would flourish and flourish? Moreover, even if Wang Yong was promoted to the Deshang stage, he still respected him as always, which made the head of the palace feel emotional and difficult to calm down. Palace Master, Elders, Martial Ancestor, it's not convenient to speak here, let's find another place. Everyone was very excited, and no one noticed that they were still in public. Yang Chen hurriedly reminded everyone when he saw that they were about to open up and talk freely. Everyone reacted, and the palace master waved his sleeves and sent everyone to the hall of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. With the disappearance of the crowd, the large group of Jedon stage masters of Chunyang Palace reacted. One by one, like rabbits that had been shot by an arrow, they quickly rushed back to their residences. This time, not only did he watch the process of Hall Master Su Qingxin's tribulation at a close distance, but he was also fortunate to see the process of Elder Wang Yong's promotion to the Deshang stage. This kind of opportunity was simply smashed on the head by the sky. If the process of Hall Master Qiao Ming's tribulation 3 months ago was added, it could even be said that this group of Jedon stage masters who had been in the sect was smashed by a pure gold pie that fell from the sky. Being able to watch the ceremony of crossing the tribulation and forming the nascent soul had already given them a finishing touch to their cultivation. Now there was the experience of Elder Wang Yong's tribulation, the kind of momentum full of confidence directly made everyone have a feeling of near madness. Whether it was the bottleneck or the difficulty they were facing, it was simply something that could be overcome with a gentle step. Even those cultivators who had no problems for the time being had a kind of understanding that the efficiency of the future would definitely be at least 5 points higher than before. Not to mention these Jedon stage masters, even those disciples in the foundation stage had the same feeling. No matter what kind of cultivation method they practiced, no matter what stage they were at now, it had a nearly efficient catalyst effect on their cultivation. Every inner sect disciple present had the urge to go into seclusion to cultivate. All of them hurriedly rushed back to their residences, gave instructions to their servants, and impatiently went into seclusion. At this time, if they didn't know how to digest these experiences, they would be fools. This kind of mood also existed among the elders and the head of the palace. However, their realms were high after all. The realm of the Yuanying stage ancestors was not what ordinary people could imagine. The situation of Elder Wang Yong's tribulation would certainly help them, but everyone's situation was different, and the situation of the tribulation would not be the same. What really had a great effect on them was the confidence that Elder Wang Yong's success in crossing the tribulation brought to them. For this point, as a Yuanying stage master, they were not in a hurry to retreat, as long as they firmly believed in this. The elders knew more than ordinary cultivators. With such confidence, if coupled with the second-grade questioning inner heart pills, almost all the Yuanying stage elders had the confidence to attack the Deshang stage. At this point, even Su Qingxin, who had just crossed the tribulation and formed his nascent soul with the help of the thunder pomegranate, had this feeling. In the process of crossing the tribulation, Su Qingxin used the power of the thunder tribulation to almost sweep away the hidden injuries in his body caused by the wrong direction of his previous cultivation. Even if he started again from the early Yuanying stage, he had such confidence. The entire Chunyang Palace was in this situation of extreme self-confidence, so that when many people came to Meiqing Mountain to visit friends, for a long time, they were told that the person they were going to visit was in retreat. In the year after Elder Wang Yong successfully crossed the tribulation, Chunyang Palace set a record for the largest number of people in collective retreat, which was unprecedented and unmatched. The head of the palace and the elders did not say anything more to Wang Yong at this time, and they didn't even need to say anything more. Wang Yong's promotion to the Deshang stage was the greatest contribution to Chunyang Palace. He didn't even have to do anything, he just needed to improve his own cultivation base. Wang Yong had been in retreat for decades, and there were many things that he was not very clear about. For this, it was enough for Yang Chen to explain. The head of the palace and other elders were also busy discussing the development direction of the sect in the future after there was one more Deshang stage and 2 Yuanying stage masters in the sect. In the same way, everyone must also start to consider the handling of the medicinal pills refined by Yang Chen. Although Yang Chen's medicinal pills were now his own, they were already closely related to the interests of the sect. If Chunyang Palace wanted to develop, sometimes it was inseparable from the support of Yang Chen's medicinal pills. In any case, the current Chunyang Palace had embarked on a road that was completely different from the memory of Yang Chen's previous life, and the road of this life was wider and brighter, allowing the disciples of Chunyang Palace to go further on this road. Chapter 651. Wang Yong did have a lot of things that he wanted to know, and Yang Chen was the best candidate to solve Wang Yong's doubts. Many things were directly participated in by Yang Chen. In terms of the degree of detail, except for the head of the palace, the other elders could not be compared with Yang Chen. Yang Chen introduced to the ancestor in detail what happened in these years of retreat. He was promoted to the Jedan stage. His master and senior apprentice sister were also promoted to the Jedan stage. The detonation of the Taishaman, Ming Guangrua and Mao Qi came to denounce him, and so on. When he heard that the Taishaman suffered such a heavy blow, Wang Yong laughed happily. When he heard that Ming Guangrua came to bully them, Wang Yong's laughter had turned into a sneer. Don't worry, they will have a good look." After sneering, Wang Yong directly threw down a sentence. "This account, sooner or later, will be settled. You continue." Next, naturally, Ming Guangrua and the others were squeezed by the words of the Lord of Tantai, leaving behind their life source magic weapons. As a result, Yang Chen erased the owner's consciousness of the flying sword, and they suffered a big loss. In this section, Wang Yong was of course happy. Yang Chen was his grand disciple. He destroyed tens of thousands of Taishaman's outer sect disciples, and also trapped a master of the Deshang stage, robbing people of their 15 life source magic weapons. This kind of thing was even more refreshing than him doing it himself. Later on, he went to the banyan tree Immortal's cave, bought cultivation methods, killed the second city lord, and got the monster race inheritance. These things, each of them made Wang Yong slightly nod. Especially after hearing that he got the monster race inheritance, and that Yang Chun directly discussed with the head of the palace and the elders about taking down the banyan tree Immortal's cave, Wang Yong was stunned. He simply did not know how to describe his own grand disciple. He thought that Yang Chun was already a very troublesome person, but he still underestimated Yang Chun. Killing a master of the Deshang stage, and still intact, even the monster core was not damaged, even if he was now a master of the Deshang stage, he did not dare to have such a guarantee. Yang Chun, a disciple in the early Jedan stage, actually did it. The body of the second city master was placed in front of Wang Yong. The body of a master of the Deshang stage, if he wanted to refine a puppet of the Deshang stage, naturally he needed Wang Yong, a master of the Deshang stage. Although the old tree demon's cultivation base was higher, the old tree demon Gui Shanyu himself was also a monster race monster. If he was asked to refine the body of a monster race Deshang stage master as a puppet, there may be psychological resistance. Secondly, this was originally a life-saving magic treasure that Yang Chun had prepared for his master, Gao Yu. As Gao Yu's master, it was only right and proper for Wang Yong to lend a hand. After carefully examining the body of the second city lord, Wang Yongkai put away the body of the Deshang stage master. For Yang Chun to be willing to consider Gao Yu like this, Wang Yong knew it in his heart, and did not hesitate to agree to help. The next thing was that Yang Chun went to the extreme north and accepted a genius disciple of the monster race, which made Wang Yong feel relieved. His own grand disciple actually had a disciple, then his own seniority was not higher. Wang Yong never doubted Yang Chun's vision. Since Yang Chun said that Mu Bo was a genius in cultivation, it would never be wrong. Now Wang Yong wanted to see his own great-grand disciple immediately and see what kind of talent he had. Finally, Yang Chun said what happened recently about the inner sensing pill. Hearing that Yang Chun had refined a new medicinal pill, and this second-grade inner sensing pill actually made the two masters of the Chunyang Palace trapped in the peak Jedan stage cross their tribulation in just 3 months, Wang Yong almost jumped up in surprise. What medicinal pill? So powerful? Wang Yong directly extended his hand to Yang Chun. He wanted to see for himself what kind of medicinal pill this was. How could it be so powerful? If it could really make the masters of the peak Jedan stage form their nascent soul, wouldn't it be comparable to the high-level medicinal pill of the nascent soul formation pill? How could Yang Chun refuse the request of the master ancestor, the second-grade questioning inner heart pill, which was more advanced than the inner sensing pill? Yang Chun was open to the supply. How could he be stingy with a little inner sensing pill? He directly took out a first-grade inner sensing pill and a second-grade inner sensing pill and handed them to the hands of the master ancestor. After taking it, Wang Yong carefully observed the inner sensing pill, then he opened his mouth and swallowed the first-grade inner sensing pill. He did not even set up a protective formation. The master ancestor was a master of the Deshang stage. Naturally he would not care about the small side effects of the inner sensing pill. Yang Chun did not remind him. He just waited slowly. Soon, Wang Yong recovered from the experience of closing his eyes and opened his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about it. After a while, he directly took the second-grade inner sensing pill. This time, the time was shorter, but the master ancestor was sweating and soon opened his eyes. After thinking for a while, a smile appeared on his face. Good stuff. I thought I had been tempered by the Yin fire, and my qi and blood spirit power had already reached the Deshang stage. I didn't expect that there were still places that I didn't take care of. Good stuff. Almost directly opening his mouth was a compliment. Wang Yong was not stingy with his own grand disciple refining the medicinal pill. Wang Yong's words made Yang Chun surprised and happy. Originally, He thought that this medicinal pill had no effect on the masters of the Deshang stage, but he did not expect it to be able to help the master ancestor. This fully shows that in the early Deshang stage, the second-grade inner sensing pill can also be effective, which also means that the preciousness of the second-grade inner sensing pill has risen to another level. This is the pill recipe of the monster race. Others can also get it. Can they also refine it in the second grade? The first thing Wang Yong thought of was to ask Yang Chen if other alchemy masters could refine the second-grade inner sensing pill. To be honest, the first-grade inner sensing pill, even Su Qingxin couldn't help much. It could only let him have more reference and find out the problems of his previous cultivation. The second-grade inner sensing pill was the real medicinal pill. Wang Yong asked this because he wanted to know if this medicinal pill was an exclusive resource of Chunyang Palace. The refining of the second-grade inner sensing pill is definitely troublesome. Yang Chen had the most say on this matter. It requires the cooperation of multiple fire seeds, and it must also be controlled by several fifth-grade fire seeds at the same time. That is to say, it is not so easy for others to refine it. Wang Yong was also a fire cultivator. Of course, he knew the difficulty of this. Several fifth-grade fire seeds were nothing for some big sects, but if they wanted to control several fifth-grade fire seeds at the same time, it was not an overnight effort. Even if there was a fire cultivator master alchemist who began to practice after knowing it, it was impossible to do it without decades or hundreds of years. Not everyone was like Yang Chen, who could have such an enchanting ability to control fire. Moreover, the general alchemist who started the second-grade refining certainly did not know the key, which would take at least dozens of hundreds of years to study how to refine the inner sensing pill for the second-grade refining. Coming and going meant that Chunyang Palace could enjoy the second-grade inner sensing pill for at least 200 years. Chapter 652. Wang Yong was happy here, but Yang Chen still had things that made him upset. Very soon, Wang Yong realized this. Is there any trouble recently? As soon as he was promoted to the master of the Deshang stage, Wang Yong was extremely sensitive and immediately asked, "This disciple does have some troubles." Yang Chen did not hide it at all and directly replied, "Master, senior sister and I have had a spiritual awareness double cultivation. Now Fairy Sure of the Green Jade, Immortal Island and Fairy Son of the Blue Cloud sect. This disciple doesn't know how to treat them." What's so difficult about this? When Wang Yong heard it, he almost blurted out, "Cultivators do not have to be trapped by etiquette. If you have the heart, accept them all. If you don't, then refuse. Today, my Chunyang Palace is no longer the Chunyang Palace of the past, and you are not an insignificant disciple. Why bother with such things?" These words had already explained Wang Yong's current confidence and state. In the end, it still depended on Yang Chen's own thoughts. Even if he refused Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect would not fall out with Chunyang Palace because of this matter. The current Chunyang Palace, as Wang Yong said, was no longer the Chunyang Palace of the past. The interests of the sect were no longer the shackles on Yang Chen, which made Yang Chen's choice more from his own heart. Wang Yong's words had completely expressed his attitude towards Yang Chen. As long as Yang Chen was willing, then he would fully support it. In the words, there was also a little bit of other content intentionally or unintentionally. It was not necessary to be trapped by etiquette. It seemed to be reminding Yang Chen that he did not have to care about the master and disciple status. There were many cultivators, and the master and disciple double cultivation did not start with Yang Chen and Gao Yu, nor would it end with them. Many times, cultivators would try their best to find a suitable Dao companion for double cultivation. In most cases, it was very normal to train one from scratch. Therefore, the master-disciple relationship would not be an obstacle between Yang Chen and a Yu. If even Wang Yong didn't object, what reason and status did the others have to object? Don't worry about it? It was also the first time that Yang Chen had heard someone say this to him. he immediately felt as if the clouds had been dispelled and the sun had come out. However, he was still a little worried, and his question was also a little unconfident. Of course. Wang Yong chuckled. Today, who can stop you from doing what you want to do? A nascent soul stage master? Or a master of the Deshang stage? Unless these sects use all their strength, but just for a pair of master and disciple dual cultivation in my sect? Or did he have dual cultivation with the disciples of their sects? Or did they reject their disciples? Don't forget that Chunyang Palace has always been standing behind you. Although Yang Chen was still only a small Jedan stage master, a few Yuanying stage masters were not his opponents. Even if Yang Chen was willing, the masters of the Deshang stage would not necessarily be able to defeat Yang Chen. In this regard, whether it was Luo Yuan or the second city lord, they had already set an example. Do what you want to do, don't worry about anyone, anything. Wang Yong's voice seemed to come from the clouds and filled into the ears of Yang Chen. Don't say that you just have a few tricks on the Taishaman. Even if you break into the Taishaman's mountain gate tomorrow, there must be a sect behind you. Even if the whole army is wiped out, it will not matter. After being promoted to the Deshang stage, Wang Yong seemed to have figured out a lot of things and seen through a lot of things. Now that he had spoken, his words were filled with lofty sentiments. Yes. The voice of the head of the palace did not know when it sounded here. Yang Chen was fascinated at first and did not find the arrival of the head of the palace. When he heard the voice of the head of the palace, Yang Chen raised his head and looked at the head of the palace with surprise. The head of the palace nodded slightly to Wang Yong, then turned to Yang Chen and said with a smile, "Everything you do is for the sake of the sect. There is no reason for the sect not to support you. Fairy Sure of the Green Jade, Immortal Island and Fairy Son of the Blue Cloud sect, if you like them, you can accept them together. If you don't like them, you can reject them all, don't consider other things." Yang Chen was in the situation, and he had no experience in dealing with feelings in his previous lives, but the words of Wang Yong and the head of the palace at the moment made him feel heroic. A man, if he wanted to do it, why think so much? The advice that Wang Yong gave him was not only on the emotional side, but also on daily behavior. The previous small conspiracies against the Taishaman were basically hidden in the dark, so that the Taishaman could not catch the handle. Speaking of it, it was not as good as a knife and spear in the face. With Yang Chen's mind, he was only worried about the power contrast between the Chunyang Palace and the Taishaman, and he was afraid to implicate the Chunyang Palace. However, Wang Yong let him know that the sect absolutely supported him, and the head of the palace also had the same idea. Needless to say, the other elders must also have the same idea. Yang Chen came from the Chunyang Palace, which could not be erased. Therefore, as long as Yang Chen had an accident, it would definitely be related to the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen suddenly understood this, and the worries in his heart for a long time seemed to be thrown out of the clouds at once. His mood was relaxed, and the whole body was indescribably refreshed. Even the spiritual power seemed to be unfettered, and it swam freely in the body. The third fire, fourth fire and first wood spirit power that had already been condensed, the fifth earth true essence, seventh metal true essence and 10th water true essence, the three most original spiritual powers, were surging and impacting. Yang Chen suddenly had a little enlightenment in his mind. It seemed that as long as he could get more 5th earth true essence, 7th metal true essence or 10th water true essence like the first wood true essence, these three spiritual powers would be able to condense immediately. The 7th metal true essence left by Tai Bai Jinxing must be seen. The 10th water true essence was also convenient, just stay at the sea for a period of time, and the sea jasper cup would naturally be able to condense the 10th water true essence. At that time, there would be two more spiritual powers condensing, maybe it would be able to drive all the spiritual powers to condense. Even Yang Chen did not expect that this consultation with Master Wang Yong would have such benefits, it was unexpected. when he silently controlled his spiritual power to calm down, he heard the master of the palace discussing the disposal of the second-grade inner sensing pill with Master Wang Yong. Since we can enjoy it alone, we can't let go of this kind of benefit. The master of the palace has already known the difficulty of refining the second-grade inner sensing pill from Master Wang Yong. If the master can crack it in 200 years, then we will take advantage of these 200 years to reap the greatest benefits. Even the second-grade questioning inner heart pill can be provided. This second-grade inner sensing pill can also be provided. The master of the palace seemed to have a draft in a flash. If you want it, it's easy, bring something to exchange. Chapter 653. The second-grade questioning inner heart pills were provided to the Green Jade, Immortal Island by Yang Chen and the master of the palace after a discussion. In a batch of first-grade questioning inner heart pills, 2 or 3 second-grade questioning inner heart pills were mixed with them. The first-grade questioning inner heart pills were already stunning. There was almost no need to ask how powerful the second-grade questioning inner heart pills would be. The Green Jade Immortal Island definitely regarded the 2 or 3 second-grade questioning inner heart pills as a treasure. As for Shi Shanshan's problem, Yang Chen was also drilling into a dead end. In fact, just looking at these second-grade questioning inner heart pills, what Yang Chen wanted, the Green Jade Immortal Island would not object. The treatment of a senior alchemist master was far from what Yang Chen thought. Of course, this was also related to his hiding in his previous life. He only knew that a senior alchemist master was very popular, but to what extent, he had not personally seen it. The sect set the strategy, and the next naturally began to implement it. However, this was not to let the disciples of Chunyang Palace shout loudly everywhere, but inadvertently, when a few close friends were chatting, they accidentally leaked it out. In this way, not only could people be credible, but there would be no suspicion of hype. Soon, someone accidentally revealed that 3 months ago, Qiao Ming of the Chunyang Palace's fierce Yang Hall was at the door of Yang Chen's pill room to cross his tribulation and form his nascent soul. In the chat of another group of people, it was also revealed that Su Qingxin, the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of Chunyang Palace, who had not long ago formed his nascent soul, waited outside Yang Chen's pill room for a whole month. After Yang Chen came out, he began to cross his tribulation in the hinterland of Chunyang Palace. Both of them were related to Yang Chen, and the new Deshang stage elder Wang Yong and Yang Chen had a relationship with the grand disciple of the master ancestor. It must be because of the ability of the questioning inner heart pill that he was able to smoothly reach the Deshang stage. As a result, many sects began to pay more attention to Yang Chen. It was too extravagant to use the questioning inner heart pill to let the masters of the peak Jedon stage form their nascent soul. Not to mention Chunyang Palace, even the Green Jade, Immortal Island and Taishanmen were reluctant to do so. 10,000 years old elixir, it was not easy to get, even if Yang Chen was blessed. It was impossible to have so many materials to refine the questioning inner heart pill. In that case, it could only be a new type of pill. Soon, people who had a good relationship with Chunyang Palace came to ask for details. At this time, Chunyang Palace seemed to realize that they could not keep this secret, so they told everyone that the reason why they could cross the tribulation and form their nascent soul was indeed because of a kind of elixir. As for the name of the medicinal pill, it was called the inner sensing pill. Since the name of the pill was known, there were immediately knowledgeable people who knew the origin of the pill. This was a type of pill of the demon race. Although the pill recipe was rare, it was not impossible to obtain. Of course, it was impossible to ask for the pill recipe from Chunyang Palace on the spot, but since there was a direction, it would not be wrong to find trouble with the demon race. In particular, some big sects had the pill recipe of this kind of medicinal pill in their hands. After hearing the news, they immediately began to experiment. The medicinal materials of the inner sensing pill were not rare medicinal materials. Although they all needed to be hundreds of years old, it was not difficult for many sections. The inner sensing pill of the demon race seemed to be very simple, but even so, it took half a year for Yang Chen's first time to successfully refine the first-grade inner sensing pill. Several sects that had the ability to refine immediately began the refining, the alchemist closed the alchemy, and others were waiting hard. Yang Chen would not care about these things. When the news of Wang Yong crossing the tribulation and reaching the Deshang stage came out, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar, and various sects came to congratulate him. This was different from when the old tree demon Gui Shanyu joined the sect. After all, the old tree demon was still a demon, but Wang Yong was a native disciple of Chunyang Palace, and he was also an elder. He was absolutely not ordinary. Moreover, after the questioning inner heart pill, it was not known how many people in Chunyang Palace wanted to flatter them. Such a ready-made opportunity was not delivered to the door. As long as it was a sect and a rogue cultivator who had various kinds of friendship with Chunyang Palace, they would use this excuse to congratulate them and get closer to Chunyang Palace. Not for anything else, but for one day, they might be able to exchange a questioning inner heart pill from Chunyang Palace at a high price. Yang Chen stayed in Chunyang Palace and did not go out. Wang Yong succeeded in crossing the tribulation. After his master Gao Yu heard about it, she would definitely come back. He was waiting quietly in the sect, and he would soon be able to see Gao Yu and his senior apprentice sister Gong Sunling. In addition, Sect Master Lu of Blue Cloud Sect said that he would visit Chunyang Palace after 3 years. Now there was only half a year left, and Yang Chen had to wait here for the reception. However, Yang Chen was not without anything to do. The remuneration sent by the Green Jade Immortal Island had already been handed over to Yang Chen. After the Green Jade Immortal Island got the questioning inner heart pill sent by Yang Chen, they were pleasantly surprised to find that there were 2 second-grade questioning inner heart pills. The first-grade questioning inner heart pill could already allow a master of the Deshang stage to directly break through the bottleneck of the middle stage. What could the second-grade questioning inner heart pill bring? This sudden surprise directly made the Lord of Tantai and the elders so surprised that they did not know how to express it. Based on Yang Chen's over-fulfilled task, the conditions for the cooperation between the Green Jade Immortal Island and Chunyang Palace have also changed. Originally, the Green Jade Immortal Island intended to give more benefits to Chunyang Palace, but the master of the palace refused the kindness of the Green Jade Immortal Island. The agreed transaction could not be easily changed. This point won the favor of the Green Jade Immortal Island even more. Speaking of it, the master of the palace was also thanking the Lord of Tantai in disguise, because the last time the Lord of Tantai took the initiative to come forward and receive the Taishaman Ming Guangrua, otherwise Chunyang Palace would have suffered an insult at that time. And later, Ming Guangrua's life source magic weapon was robbed, and the Lord of Tantai also shared a lot of suspicion. However, this made the Green Jade Immortal Island look at Chunyang Palace in a different light. Based on Yang Chen's excess of the questioning inner heart pill, and Chunyang Palace did not accept the temporary change of conditions, so the benefits of these thanks all fell on Yang Chen. The Green Jade Immortal Island directly prepared the fire seeds and sent them to Chunyang Palace. Among them were 60 kinds of 3rd-grade fire seeds, 15 kinds of 4th-grade fire seeds, and 2 kinds of item fire seed. Compared with what was promised to Yang Chen at that time, it was a full 50% more, and there was also a precious 5th-grade fire seed. As soon as Yang Chen came back, he threw out the monster race's matter. The master of the palace forgot to hand over the things to Yang Chen on the spot, and Yang Chen immediately retreated for alchemy. Then it was Qiao Ming's tribulation, then he retreated for alchemy, plus Su Qingxin and Wang Yong's tribulation. After being busy until this time, the master of the palace handed over the things to Yang Chen. In the face of so many fire seeds, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Green Jade Immortal Island was the Green Jade Immortal Island. In his previous life, Yang Chen for a 5th-grade fire seed of the true Sunfire, He didn't know how much effort and how many hardships he had to go through to get it. Even Elder Wu Xiong, a master of the Deshang stage in this world, spent a few years to find the lunar true fire for Helianyun, but the green jade Immortal Island took out 2 of them. The heritage of the sect could be seen. Chapter 654. After getting these fire seeds, Yang Chen went directly back to his residence. Yang Chen's small courtyard was full of spiritual power, but there was no servant to take care of it. Gao Yu directly sent her maid to help him take care of it on weekdays. Yang Chen has been away for a long time. The small courtyard room was still clean and abnormal, and it was not ruined because of Yang Chen's absence. After greeting the maid, Yang Chen began to absorb these fire seeds one by one. The highest level of fire seed of the Yinyang Heaven Burning Fire was now the 3rd grade, so Yang Chen also started from the 3rd grade fire seed. Even with Yang Chen's Yinyang Heaven Burning Fire, it was not so easy to absorb the 3rd grade fire seed. Fortunately, the absorption process was completely automatic and Yang Chen did not need to worry too much. What Yang Chen has to do now is to control the profound spirit furnace to absorb and store these fire seeds first. Although the Green Jade Immortal Island has preserved these fire seeds very well, Yang Chen does not feel that it can make him feel more at ease than putting them in the profound spirit furnace. The profound spirit furnace has absorbed several kinds of 5th grade fire seeds, and after merging with most of the cyan crystal profound gold, there has been a qualitative change. Similar to the nature of the Yinyang Heaven Burning Fire, the more fire seeds it absorbs, the stronger the profound spirit furnace. The stronger the profound spirit furnace, the faster the speed of absorbing the fire seeds. Now absorbing the 3rd grade fire seeds was just as simple as absorbing the 1st grade fire seeds in the past. But even so, it took Yang Chen at least 4 or 5 days to absorb a 3rd grade fire seed. Yang Chen absorbed it for 2 months before he absorbed 15 of the 3rd grade fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace. There was still a long time to absorb all of them. On this day, Yang Chen was controlling the absorption of one of the 3rd grade fire seed. When it was about to be completed, his heart suddenly moved and there was an inexplicable joy. This emotion came very suddenly, which made Yang Chen very surprised. However, the joyful mood did not let him stop the work in his hands. He still steadily controlled the profound spirit furnace. After absorbing the 3rd grade fire seed that was being absorbed into the profound spirit furnace, he stood up and pondered what this inexplicable mood was all about. An inexplicable joy that appeared out of nowhere. Could it be an inner demon? Yang Chen carefully went through it in his mind. In his memory, there was no danger of his cultivation going astray. Moreover, he only felt happy. Whether it was his spiritual power or divine sense, there was no change. It should not be a chi deviation. Soon, Yang Chen suddenly realized that this feeling was the strongest when facing a certain direction. Yang Chen couldn't help but move in his heart. The spiritual awareness of the peak early Deshang stage quickly expanded in that direction and after a while, it reached 100 miles away. Forcibly suppressing the excitement, Yang Chen urged his spiritual awareness to explore further in that direction. As a former great principal golden immortal, Yang Chen also knew that the spiritual awareness was not omnipotent. Otherwise, Ming Guangrao would not find that his flying sword was wrong and could not detect any clues. However, after all, the spiritual awareness was several times faster than the flying sword. In a short time, the spiritual awareness had reached 1,000 miles away and was out of the scope of Meiqing Mountain. This was not the limit of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness exploration. It must be known that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was now in the form of a silk, leaving other directions aside. When he concentrated on a certain direction, it could even be 50% larger than the usual exploration range. After a stick of incense, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness finally reached the limit. 2,000 miles, this was the farthest distance that Yang Chen could explore now. In this direction, he could detect that a person was approaching this side quickly. After waiting for a while, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness explored the existence of that person. Seeing the familiar figure, Yang Chen almost cried out happily. That was his master Gao Yu, and there was another familiar shadow beside her, but it was his senior sister Gong Sunling. He didn't know why, but Yang Chen could feel the attraction of his master to himself, but he couldn't detect Gong Sunling. Gao Yu was obviously a little confused, but after entering the exploration range of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, Yang Chen directly sent out a thought to his master, using the beast-controlling secret art. Master! In Gao Yu's mind, Yang Chen's voice suddenly sounded, making her overjoyed. Finally, she reacted in time. This was not Yang Chen talking next to her, so she did not ask where Yang Chen was. I am in the sex residence. Yang Chen's joyful voice was by no means faked, and it appeared in Gao Yu's mind again. Then, after a pause, Yang Chen suddenly said, I miss you, master. This time, Gao Yu blushed directly. She couldn't communicate directly with Yang Chen, without the means of Yang Chen's beast-controlling secret art, and without the communication ability of the monster race's soul. Gao Yu could only listen to Yang Chen's words, but could not respond. However, listening to Yang Chen's words, although Gao Yu was a little shy, her heart was very happy. She also felt strange. As soon as she passed a certain place, she felt as if there was something in front of her attracting her, and suddenly there was an inexplicable joy. It was precisely because of this that Gao Yu and Gong Sunling would speed back to the mountain, and unexpectedly heard Yang Chen's voice on the way. Does this mean that she and Yang Chen have an indescribable connection? Could it be that this is caused by the dual cultivation method? Gao Yu was not sure, because Gong Sunling did not seem to have any reaction. Senior sister. Yang Chen did not favor one over the other. After saying a few words to his master, he also sent his own greetings to Gong Sunling. Yang Chen. Gong Sunling was not as calm as Gao Yu, and called out directly. However, she immediately realized that she did not seem to see the shadow of Yang Chen. As soon as Gong Sunling spoke, Yang Chen heard it very clearly, and spiritual awareness could do this. This time, Yang Chen sent a sentence to his master and senior sister at the same time. Welcome back to the mountain. Listening to Gong Sunling's cry, Gao Yu also understood that this must be what Yang Chen and Gong Sunling also said. However, looking at Gong Sunling's surprised look, it did not seem that she had the same feeling as herself, and her heart was slightly relieved. She didn't know why she felt this way. Perhaps, returning to the mountain to see Yang Chen could explain all this. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling accelerated again and adjusted the flight speed of the flying sword to the highest, while Yang Chen had already driven the shuttle to fly over here. The speed of the shuttle was faster, and the two sides accelerated. In less than an hour, Yang Chen and his master and senior sister met in the middle. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen directly put both women into the shuttle, adjusted the direction of returning to Chunyang Palace, and let the shuttle fly, but he turned to his master and senior sister. I have been waiting for you for a long time, master, senior sister. Facing the two women, Yang Chen blurted out directly. Chapter 655. It has been more than 9 years since the last time he left Chunyang Palace and went to the 10,000 Trees Forest. Even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling went out to gain experience after consolidating their realm. If they hadn't heard that their master had crossed his tribulation, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling might have stayed outside for a while. When they first saw Yang Chen, the two women couldn't believe that Yang Chen could find their whereabouts at such a long distance. Especially Gong Sunling, she couldn't imagine it at all. Was Yang Chen always releasing his spiritual awareness to explore? This was not a good phenomenon. Exploring others at any time would be regarded as a provocation, unless the other party was a friend or relative. Gong Sunling certainly wouldn't think that Yang Chen was provoking herself, but what about others? Only Gao Yu slightly guessed some reasons, but she didn't say it. Between the two of them, they didn't know why, but there was an incomprehensible connection. As long as they were within a certain distance, they could detect the existence of each other. That inexplicable joy was produced because the two sides were close to each other. However, at this time, neither Yang Chen nor Gao Yu said anything in detail, but silently enjoyed the silent joy in their hearts. In fact, meeting again was a kind of happiness in itself. The two women heard that Wang Yong had crossed his tribulation and returned, and naturally they were more concerned about this aspect. Yang Chen would never hide this kind of thing from the two women. But after hearing that before Wang Yong crossed his tribulation, Xiao Ming and Su Qingxin each took a second-grade inner sensing pill, which led to the tribulation and formed their nascent soul, the two women still couldn't suppress the exclamation. In just a few years, Yang Chen had made a kind of medicinal pill that allowed the Zhedan stage masters to ascend to the Yuanying stage. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation. Although the news was only circulating among a small number of people, the two women firmly believed that Yang Chen would definitely become a figure in the eye of the storm because of this new medicinal pill. In this regard, Yang Chen didn't care at all. What he cared about was the safe return of his master and his senior sister. After receiving pointers from Grandmaster Wang Yong, Yang Chen had many things to say to his master. The first thing they did when they returned to the sect was to visit Elder Wang Yong. This was the purpose of their return. As Wang Yong's disciple, Gao Yu easily saw Wang Yong, and of course, Gong Sunling was also by her side. After paying their respects to Wang Yong also gave Gao Yu and Gong Sunling a few words of encouragement before the two women returned. Gong Sunling was going to visit her master, and Yang Chen accompanied Gao Yu back to Gao Yu's small courtyard. Although there were thousands of words in her heart to ask Yang Chen, when things came to the point, Gao Yu found that when she was alone with Yang Chen, she couldn't say anything. Finally, there was only one sentence left. "How are you recently?" Yang Chen did not neglect, and directly according to Wang Yong's words, he talked about his experience after leaving Chunyang Palace. Of course, some things involving the secrets of the sect, Yang Chen was still cautious and did not say it, but the process was already quite thrilling, especially when he killed the second city lord to refine a flying puppet for Gao Yu, which made Gao Yu stunned. The body of a master of the Deshang stage, to refine a flying puppet for me? Gao Yu didn't know whether to be surprised or happy. Yang Chen had this heart, she was very happy, but for this, he had to take the risk of challenging a master of the Deshang stage, which was by no means what Gao Yu was willing to see. I didn't provoke him, he chased after me, and this disciple could only kill him. Yang Chen explained, this disciple gave him 3 chances, he wanted to continue to chase me, if I don't kill him, this disciple will not be able to calm down. On this issue, Gao Yu did not say anything after all. First, Yang Chen did it for her. Second, Yang Chen came back alive, and brought back the body of the second city lord of the Deshang stage. Finally, he just left a sentence, don't take such risks in the future. Of course, Yang Chen nodded and agreed, and then continued to report to his master about Mu Bo. Hearing that she had become a master ancestor, Gao Yu also had a strange mood. In the same way, she never doubted Yang Chen's vision. She was more assured about Yang Chen's means of guiding his disciples, but like Wang Yong, she was curious to see what this grand disciple looked like. The trouble of asking Wang Yong for advice, of course, Yang Chen would not mention it to Gao Yu. After thinking about some things, Yang Chen understood that as a man, if he wanted his own happiness, he had to fight for it himself. The same was true for Gao Yu's feelings. He couldn't wait for Gao Yu to arrange it, nor could he wait for Gao Yu to find out and ask questions. The best way to deal with it was to take the initiative. Master, although it is somewhat disrespectful, this disciple has figured it out. There are some words that this disciple must say. Seeing that Gao Yu's mood was still calm, Yang Chen quietly arranged a sound-blocking formation outside, and then said to Gao Yu. Looking at Yang Chen's serious words, Gao Yu seemed to realize something, her head bowed slightly, She bit her teeth and asked softly, "What words?" "I like you, master." Yang Chen did not hesitate this time. He spoke straightforwardly and said what he had been holding in his heart for a long time. In his previous life, he never said this sentence. In this life, he finally stood in front of his master and said this sentence aloud. Even if she had guessed that Yang Chen might say this, but when she really heard the words that Yang Chen said, Gao Yu was still in a trance. Her heart was already about to explode with joy, but there was still a voice in her mind that kept asking, "He is your disciple, what should I do? What should I do?" I know that this may be contrary to morality, but I understand that without you by my side, even if I become a great principal golden immortal and become the Jade Emperor, it will be the biggest regret in my life. Since he said those words, Yang Chen did not care to show his true feelings to his master. "I don't want my life to have this regret. Master, I like you." But, Gao Yu listened to Yang Chen's words and tears appeared in her eyes. She didn't know if she was happy or anxious. She even said 2 words, but the words that followed could not be said. "I like you, I want to marry you as my wife." Yang Chen continued to say loudly, "I want you to be my wife." In the words, he originally claimed to be a disciple, but now Yang Chen also changed to me. "Your master ancestor will not agree." Gao Yu directly carried Wang Yong out, her face was red, and her head almost lowered to her chest. "The master of the palace will not agree. Even if the entire heavenly court is against it, I will marry you as my wife." Yang Chen's voice had never been so firm. Master ancestor and the master of the palace, they did not object. Chapter 656. Gao Yu didn't know if she heard what Yang Chen said later, and she didn't even know if Yang Chen spoke again. She just heard that Yang Chen firmly said that he wanted to marry her, and then the head of the palace and Wang Yong did not object. She fell into a sluggish state. There was not much time to get along with Yang Chen. Corresponding to the nearly 100 years since Yang Chen's apprenticeship, the real time with Gao Yu was only about 10 years. Even if Yang Chen and Gao Yu Gong Sunling retreated together for 30 or 50 years, they only cultivated separately, and there was little time to chat and communicate. At most, it was Yang Chen who was cultivating, and Gao Yu Gong Sunling was on the side to protect him, or change over. However, in this way, between Yang Chen and Gao Yu, there was still a kind of affection that was slowly growing and growing. This was a kind of feeling that had been separated from the relationship of master and apprentice, but the two did not find it at first. Yang Chen always thought that he was just grateful for the care of his master in his previous life, and for his gratitude that he would not hesitate to burn indiscriminately. But he did not expect that his previous life had been bitterly missed, and that kind of gratitude had already been replaced by another kind of feeling. Fortunately, Yang Chen figured it out in time at this time, and said it without affectation. As soon as the words came out, Yang Chen felt that the stone in his heart was really put down. Gao Yu was already happy and about to explode. How could she not know what Yang Chen did for her? He beheaded Chu Heng and saved her life in the 100,000 mountains. Because the other party heard her, he did not hesitate to uproot the 100,000 mountains, one by one, which contained Yang Chen's heart for herself. Gao Yu was just hindered by the relationship between master and apprentice, and had never dared to make things clear. Later, she found that the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were interested in winning her over, but she moved her own idea of quitting. Now Yang Chen said in front of her that he wanted to marry her. Gao Yu was happy to the limit, her mind was blank, and she didn't even know how to answer. It was not until Gao Yu realized that her hand had been grabbed by Yang Chen that she woke up. For the first time, Yang Chen took the initiative to reach out and hold Gao Yu's little hand. Because of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, his hand was more than twice as big as Gao Yu's, and his figure was huge, as if a big bully was pulling a woman. It was very funny. As soon as the two of them held hands, they suddenly felt connected. The joy in their hearts seemed to be connected. Without saying anything, they naturally knew what the other was thinking. Not knowing when, Gao Yu has slowly leaned into the arms of Yang Chen. This was the first time that the two of them had such intimate contact outside of the spiritual awareness double cultivation. The wonderful taste was like drinking jade nectar, involuntarily intoxicated. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them was willing to speak. Gao Yu and Yang Chen just hugged each other and stood there quietly, enjoying this silent tacit understanding and joy. Gao Yu's heart had already flown into the air. She never thought that when she leaned in the arms of Yang Chen, it would feel so good. At this moment, she didn't want to have any master and disciple status. She was not Yang Chen's master, and Yang Chen was not her own disciple. He was just her lover. Even the best dream had a time to wake up. When Gao Yu woke up from intoxication, it was already 2 hours later. The two stood in each other's arms and stood for 2 hours. What about Fairy Shi and Fairy Sun? What about your senior sister? Waking up from the dream, the first thing Gao Yu thought of was the women who had a relationship with Yang Chen. Needless to say, Shi Shanshan and Yang Chen were already nominally dual cultivation Dao companions, and almost everyone knew it. Although Sun Qingxue did not have this reputation yet, the Blue Cloud sect had already made plans for it. Moreover, Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen did have some unclear involvement. Gong Sunling, needless to say, had already had a spiritual awareness dual cultivation with Yang Chen and helped Yang Chen solve a big problem. The little girl had long been secretly in love with Yang Chen. Even if Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue did not care, Gao Yu also had to speak for Gong Sunling. Yang Chen also fell into silence. He and these women were indeed somewhat entangled, and even he himself could not make a decision. Although Shi Shanshan was very unhappy with him at the beginning, the kind of silent tacit understanding of fighting later was something that no one had ever had. The cold and unparalleled Fairy Shi would always show a smile in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen even wanted to leave a share of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid for Shi Shanshan, but he already had some concerns unconsciously. Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen met almost as early as Shi Shanshan. According to the clues in her memory, Yang Chen helped Sun Qingxue several times in a row. Coupled with the later experience together, it made Sun Qingxue unswervingly loyal to Yang Chen. Yang Chen also liked this murderous little girl in front of him, but she was cute and lovely. Yang Chen did not have to think about Gong Sunling anymore. There was already the fact of spiritual awareness dual cultivation, and Yang Chen would never let her down. What Yang Chen was most worried about before was Gao Yu's thoughts. Now that there were no obstacles between himself and Gao Yu, Yang Chen was relieved of his biggest heart. Gao Yu asked about other people, and Yang Chen had to consider it. I don't want to hide it from Master, as long as it is a man. He will fantasize about accepting the two fairies and senior sister. Now that his relationship with his master has been made clear, Yang Chen doesn't care about this. I am also a man, and I have such thoughts. But if Master doesn't like it, then don't mention it. In this world, it was common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yang Chen certainly fantasized about such a beautiful thing. No matter how many reasons there were, Yang Chen was not willing to make his master unhappy because of this. Here, Yang Chen still played a trick and threw the problem to his master. There was still a trace of fantasy in his heart. Whether it was the cold plum fairy or the dancing snow fairy, they were all famous figures in the world in the future. Because of this, it was something that Yang Chen did not want to see. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, although they may not do anything to Chunyang Palace because of this, but their own genius disciple was rejected, there would always be some dissatisfaction. He had just expressed his feelings to his master, but he immediately confessed to his master that he had such fantasies. Yang Chen was also the first. It had to be said that even if Yang Chen wanted to understand more in terms of feelings, he was still a rookie among rookies. Although Gao Yu put down her worries and was happy in her heart, when she heard Yang Chen's words, she still had an idea to kick Yang Chen out. But when she thought about it, Yang Chen did not even hide this thought from her. It was better than those guys who did one thing to her face and another behind her back. Even Gao Yu herself probably didn't understand why when it came to Yang Chen, she would think about everything well. Chapter 657. Gao Yu would not immediately give Yang Chen a reply. Although she has accepted that she may be with Yang Chen in the future, many things need to be sorted out again. Of course, Yang Chen would not force Gao Yu, but said that Sect Master Lu of Blue Cloud Sect would visit Chunyang Palace in a few months. The contents of the transaction should be kept confidential, but for Gao Yu, Yang Chen did not hide anything. Hearing that Yang Chen still had a pile of fire seeds in his hands to absorb, Gao Yu also pressed down her thoughts and told Yang Chen to complete the matter as soon as possible. It was related to Yang Chen's cultivation base. If he absorbed one more fire seed, Yang Chen would be more powerful. Gao Yu would certainly pay attention to it. When the two met, there was not too much warmth, just a very simple hug. The two were connected, as if they had been together for 100 years. In fact, the two had known each other for 100 years. Yang Chen said what he wanted to say and got the results he wanted. Although the affairs of the other women have not been finalized for the time being, Yang Chen did not care at all. As long as his master agreed, then everything would be fine. Gao Yu was busy with something and did not say to Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not worry about it. Anyway, as long as it was in the sect, whatever Gao Yu wanted to do. Yang Chen himself began to be busy with the absorption of the fire seeds again. Only 15 of the 60 kinds of third-grade fire seeds were absorbed, and there were 45 of them. Each of them took 4 or 5 days, and it would take half a year to absorb all of them. The days seemed to be calculated. When Yang Chen absorbed all 60 kinds of third-grade fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace, it happened to be the time when the Blue Cloud Sect's Sect Master Lu agreed to visit. Sect Master Lu's visit this time was almost exactly the same as the last time the Green Jade Immortal Island came. Sect Master Lu himself, Elder Hua Wanting, plus Elder Shi Yanhe, plus Sun Qingxue, were also the sect master with 2 elders and disciples related to Yang Chen. This time, the sect master of Blue Cloud Sect did not hide the fact that he was coming. Anyway, the last time the Lord of Tantai came to discuss the marriage between Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan. This time, Sect Master Lu also came for the same reason. In the eyes of outsiders, their first reaction was that Blue Cloud Sect was trying to rope in Yang Chen. Over the past 6 months, the rumors about the inner sensing pill refined by Yang Chen had caused Xiao Ming and Su Qingxin to cross their tribulation and form their nascent soul had been widely spread. Coupled with the questioning inner heart pill, such a senior alchemist was something that almost all sect wanted to have. Even if they couldn't own it, many sect members were willing to build a good relationship with Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. In addition to the 2 major sects of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud Sect, which had already used the method of marriage with their own female disciples, other first-class sect, including Taishaman and 5 Elements Sect, were also trying to get close to Chunyang Palace. In recent months, countless sect members came to Meiqing Mountain under the guise of congratulating Elder Wang Yong, trying to establish various cooperative relationships with Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace and several elders, plus all the people in the Foreign Affairs Hall, everyone was busy, and they were working hard to receive these cultivators. Yang Chen had already told Gao Yu about Sect Master Lu's intentions. Gao Yu was non-committal at the time, but when Sect Master Lu really came to Meiqing Mountain, Gao Yu still appeared in front of Yang Chen. If you want to accept Fairy Shi and Fairy Sun, you must accept Ling first. Gao Yu seemed to have been hiding from Yang Chen. The first sentence she said when she saw Yang Chen was this sentence. Listening to his master's words, Yang Chen couldn't believe his ears. He thought that his master would not agree, so Yang Chen has not thought much about other things. He just thought about how to give some compensation to the Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, so that Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan would not be sad. He did not expect his master to mean this. After Gao Yu finished, she did not give Yang Chen too many opportunities and left directly. Yang Chen was still stunned in the same place until Elder Su Qingxin personally came to find him to meet Sect Master Lu. Su Qingxin has become one of the elders since crossing his tribulation and forming his nascent soul. Now he still holds the position of the Foreign Affairs Hall Master. This time, when Sect Master Lu came to visit, he was one of the reception elders, but he personally came to call Yang Chen, which gave Yang Chen enough face. The details of the cooperation between the two sides have been communicated through Yang Chen once, and reaching an agreement was not a problem at all. Regarding the cooperation of the questioning inner heart pill, the head of the palace and several elders made a decision on the spot. The conditions were exactly the same as those of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and even the remuneration given to Yang Chen was exactly the same. In the past 3 years, the Blue Cloud sect was collecting the elixirs needed to refine the questioning inner heart pill. It couldn't be helped that the big sect was a big sect. In just 3 years, they didn't know where they got the medicinal materials needed for the 2 furnaces of questioning inner heart pill. They directly brought it over and handed it over to the head of the palace. This cooperation was already a done deal, and there would be no more problems. However, Sect Master Lu still wanted to talk to Yang Chen personally. The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, because they were both female-dominated sects, so their relationship was relatively close. This point could be seen from the fact that Shi Shanshan brought Sun Qingxue back, and Sun Qingxue eventually became a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. The relationship between the two sects was not generally good. With this relationship, among the questioning inner heart pills that Yang Chen gave to the Green Jade Immortal Island, there were several second-grade questioning inner heart pills. Naturally, it was not hidden from Sect Master Lu. The main purpose of Sect Master Lu's meeting with Yang Chen was also this. She hoped that when Yang Chen refined the medicinal pills for the Blue Cloud sect, he would not favor one and discriminate against the other, but also treat them equally. Of course, the words couldn't be said so straightforwardly, as long as the meaning was there. In addition to this point, Sect Master Lu had no other expression, but indicated that Yang Chen could take Sun Qingxue to walk around the Chunyang Palace. Young people should talk more and communicate with each other. Yang Chen was somewhat inexplicable. Calling him over for such a circle, just for this matter, it was really a bit of a fuss. But for the sake of Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen certainly wouldn't say anything. After retreating to the elders, he left the hall with Sun Qingxue and returned to his residence. Sun Qingxue didn't say much along the way. When she arrived at Yang Chen's place, she signaled Yang Chen to arrange a soundproof restriction, and then said, "Big brother Yang, the sect master has prepared the reward for you in advance, you can put it away first." As she spoke, Sun Qingxue took out a lot of talismans wrapped in oil lamps, all of which were fire seeds. Interestingly, the number was the same as that of the Green Jade Immortal Island, but the type was different. All of them were increased by 50% on the original basis. It seemed that Yang Chen could refine the second-grade questioning inner heart pill. Also, this is the special order of the sect master, saying that it must be given to you. Finally, Sun Qingxue took out a jade box and sent it to Yang Chen's hand. Chapter 658. The jade box that Sun Qingxue took out, the jade quality was very good, white and flawless, warm and delicate. There was nothing on it, it was flat and slippery, but the box was closed so tightly that the naked eye couldn't even see the gap on the box. In the usual position of the box lock, there was a circular rune pattern, and only in this place, there were some variegated colors. When she gave it to Yang Chen, Sun Qingxue still had some doubts. The sect master said that it is very important, especially to thank you, and it is best that you don't let others know. Yang Chen suddenly understood that this was another reward from the Blue Cloud sect, the reward for discovering the 8th metal true secret art. Blue Cloud sect was such a big sect, It was not easy to owe others a favor and not return it. It was estimated that this thing was the reason for the delay of these 3 years. What is it? Yang Chen asked casually. Since it was a reward for himself, Yang Chen certainly accepted it with a peace of mind. For this matter, Yang Chen also made a heart oath. Of course, he couldn't do nothing. The Blue Cloud sect was also considered to be on the right track. I don't know. Sun Qingxue shook her head and said, the sect master didn't say it, and master didn't say it. For her master and the sect master to be so secretive, Sun Qingxue felt a little wronged. Could it be that even she couldn't know? It was reasonable to give her a reward. The 8th metal true secret art was not an ordinary cultivation method. Under the same circumstances, the power was at least double that of ordinary cultivation methods. This kind of powerful cultivation method, if matched with enough 8th metal true essence, could definitely bring more masters to the Blue Cloud sect. It could even be said that, to a certain extent, this 8th metal true secret art was not even worse than the questioning inner heart pill. However, the jade box was so tightly sealed that even Sun Qingxue didn't know what it was. This was indeed a bit strange. Don't let others see it, presumably not let the people of Chunyang Palace or the Green Jade Immortal Island see it, but there should be no restrictions for Sun Qingxue. At the moment, Yang Chen touched the position of the rune on the lock. The rune was immediately activated by his spiritual power. Yang Chen never doubted whether the Blue Cloud sect would harm him with the things inside. First, there was still Sun Qingxue here. Second, in the case that he had not yet given the questioning inner heart pill to the Blue Cloud sect, but he had already received the reward of the fire seed, the Blue Cloud sect would never want him to have an accident. Kacha, the inscription lit up, and the jade box was easily opened. Immediately after, the inscription directly shattered, turning into a pile of fragmented patterns. It was obvious that the box had been opened before. This rune was not an anti-theft rune to prevent others from opening it, but to make Yang Chen believe that the things inside had not been replaced, and that they would shatter as soon as they were opened. It had the function of sealing wax. When the jade box was opened, there was another small jade box inside. However, both the inner and outer walls of the original jade box were densely engraved with formations, and a surge of heat was vaguely emitted from the jade box. Even after passing through 2 layers of formations, it still made people feel hot. There was a familiar feeling in the burning feeling. Yang Chen did not need to open the jade box to already know what was inside. It was also a fire seed, but this time it was a 6th grade fire seed. The Purple Heart Profound Fire, a 6th grade fire, a super flame higher than the true sun fire, was in the jade box in the hands of Yang Chen. The 5th grade true sun fire had already allowed Yang Chen to step into the realm of Great Principle Golden Immortal in his previous life. The power of the 6th grade Purple Heart Profound Fire, presumably there was nothing more to say. In particular, the Purple Heart Profound Fire was the upgraded fire seed of another 4th grade flame, the Purple Heart Fire. The Purple Heart Fire, a 4th grade fire, happened to be the fire seed that Yang Chen's master Gao Yu currently possessed. The Blue Cloud sect must have also calculated Yang Chen's attitude towards his master. Not only was this reward given to Yang Chen, but it could also be said to help Gao Yu. Everyone seemed to understand that if they annoyed Yang Chen, they should not annoy Gao Yu, and conversely, pleasing Gao Yu was also pleasing Yang Chen. On this point, the Blue Cloud sect simply grasped it accurately. Everything depended on Yang Chen. Yang Chen was willing to give the Purple Heart Profound Fire to his master. Naturally, Gao Yu and Yang Chen would be happy. Yang Chen was not willing. Anyway, he also needed a lot of fire seeds, and the Purple Heart Profound Fire could also meet Yang Chen's requirement. In any case, the Blue Cloud sect could be considered to have met Yang Chen's need. Regarding this gift, Yang Chen was simply surprised and happy. Unexpectedly, the gift that the Blue Cloud sect sent out was so thoughtful, and it was so to his liking. Among the questioning inner heart pills given to the Blue Cloud sect, there would be 1 or 2 more second-grade questioning inner heart pills. Sun Qingxue was of the wood attribute. She naturally did not like the flame very much. After knowing that it was a 6th-grade fire seed, she lost interest. Anyway, her task had been completed. She simply pulled Yang Chen and let Yang Chen take her to play. Meiqing Mountain was no longer the same as before. The mountain gate had been rebuilt and was very different from before. After Yang Chen took Sun Qingxue around, he did not dare to waste more time. After all, Sect Master Lu and the head of the palace were waiting. The two soon returned to the main hall. They didn't know what Sect Master Lu and the head of the palace discussed. It seemed that both sides were hesitating and there was no final conclusion. Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue came back at the right time, and the two sides also took the opportunity to suspend the discussion to avoid embarrassment. That night, Sect Master Lu and his party were arranged to stay in the VIP house, and Yang Chen was called to the hall of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave to discuss matters. Blue Cloud Sect has already given you the reward for alchemy? The head of the palace asked. Yang Chen nodded and admitted this. However, for the Purple Heart Profound Fire, Yang Chen did not mention it for the time being, and it was not appropriate to mention it at this time. In particular, he had made a heart oath. Once the head of the palace and the other elders smelled it, Yang Chen would really not be able to answer. Then you can refine 2 furnaces of questioning inner heart pills for them. The head of the palace was aware of this matter. He told Yang Chen, and then said the part that the two sides did not discuss today. Sect Master Lu is interested in the inner sensing pill and wants to exchange it from my sect. I have not agreed for the time being. Accompanying the head of the palace to receive the guests of the Blue Cloud sect were only Wang Yong and the old tree demon Gui Shanyu, who were also in the Desheng stage. Even Su Qingxin was an errand boy. The other elders did not know what to discuss specifically. When they heard the introduction of the head of the palace, they suddenly understood. They didn't know what kind of conditions the Blue Cloud sect offered, but the head of the palace did not agree, which made Yang Chen and others feel strange. What was even more strange was that with the strength of the Blue Cloud sect, they did not get the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill from the hands of the monster race, which really made people sigh. Yang Chen, you give me an accurate estimate. The head of the palace hesitated for a while and asked Yang Chen, if we give the Blue Cloud sect the pill recipe, how long can they refine the second-grade inner sensing pill? Chapter 659. Although Yang Chen had already promised this to the head of the palace in front of Elder Wang Yong, at this moment, in front of all the elders, Yang Chen still replied respectfully, according to the estimation of this disciple, it will take 200 years, and it will take hundreds of thousands of years. It is impossible to do it in a shorter time. It was not that Yang Chen was arrogant, it was that his great principal Golden Immortal's fire control technique was not what the mortal fire control masters could imagine. Several kinds of 5th-grade fire seeds were controlled at the same time. Even if it was a fire control genius, it would take at least 100 years to achieve it. If the refining of the suitable pill furnace and the exploration of the second-grade refining method were counted, this time was definitely tight. Even if a 6th-grade alchemist master came, he would not necessarily be able to solve this problem in a short period of 200 years. Even Yang Chen, after reading the Grand Lord Pill scripture, plus the Yundan scripture left by a certain immortal as a reference, he was able to achieve this in just half a year. Otherwise, in this life, Yang Chen would not be able to achieve the second-grade refining of the inner sensing pill. The power of the Grand Lord, Yang Chen was more and more aware of this seemingly inconspicuous small pill refining in the mortal world. With the guarantee of Yang Chen's face, the head of the palace became more and more confident. The elders also understood the focus of the Chunyang Palace and the Blue Cloud sect. They had originally discussed to exchange the second-grade inner sensing pill for the greatest benefit. Now it was natural to push the benefits that the inner sensing pill could get to the limit. In this disciple's opinion, since the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect have a close relationship with my sect, this pill recipe of the inner sensing pill, my sect will simply send it as a gift. Yang Chen saw that everyone was hesitating for the time being and took the initiative to say. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yang Chen. They didn't seem to understand how Yang Chen would do such a loss-making business. However, Zhu Chentao quickly reacted. His eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled and praised. Good idea. Since this first-grade inner sensing pill doesn't have much effect, then I will simply be generous, so that the importance of the second-grade inner sensing pill will be more and more reflected. I don't have to worry about not being able to open a price in the future. Zhu Chintao's words made everyone nod repeatedly. Since other sect also had the opportunity to get the pill recipe of the first-grade inner sensing pill, they simply did a favor and gave it to the other party for free. When the other party discovered that the first-grade inner sensing pill was not as powerful as the speculation, it was just the time to raise the price of the second-grade inner sensing pill. Okay, let's do this. The palace master also nodded slightly and praised Yang Chen's idea. At first, he just wanted to get the greatest benefits, but he didn't want the other party to know the power of the second-grade inner sensing pill. If he really opened his mouth, it would hurt the sincerity of the cooperation between the two sides. Everyone understood what Yang Chen meant with just one point. It was not necessarily a loss to give it to the other party for free. Blue Cloud sect would owe Chunyang Palace a favor. When the real second-grade inner sensing pill came out, the price would still be what it was. At the same time, they would not lose money, and they would also get a favor from the Blue Cloud sect. This was a profitable business. Yang Chen, when sect master Lu came, he also mentioned the marriage between the dancing snow fairy and you. After determining the pill recipe strategy of the inner sensing pill, the palace master directly changed the topic and asked Yang Chen, "Your master does not object, how do you think about it?" His master did not object. Yang Chen was not surprised. Not long ago, his master had already told Yang Chen that whether Yang Chen wanted the dancing snow fairy or the cold plum fairy, he must first consider his senior sister Gong Sunling. However, it was also because of Gao Yu's reminder that Yang Chen realized another thing. Did he really want to become a double cultivation companion with Sun Qingxue Shanshan? This question, Yang Chen himself has no answer to it. Both of them were peerlessly beautiful, and both of them were geniuses with superb cultivation aptitudes. They came from prestigious sects and possessed superb cultivations. No matter how one looked at it, accepting both of them was a good thing that was extremely enviable. But Yang Chen asked himself that he could not pass his own test. His own heart has not yet given an answer to this question. That being the case, Yang Chen was not in a hurry to give an answer immediately. This disciple still wants to think about it again. Yang Chen replied truthfully, not caring that his answer caused the surprise of the elders. This kind of good thing still needs to be considered? Elder Jingfeng fully showed his nature of being in charge of the warehouse. Of course, good things should be in the bag first. If you drag it on, wouldn't it benefit others in the end? This disciple is still not sure if I want it. Yang Chen smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. If one day the disciple really wants it, the disciple will personally go to them to ask for their hand in marriage, instead of the elders of both sides like this. Why, you still don't want to set such a good thing for you? Elder Meng Xian's eyes glared, not angry. Do you think I will harm you? Of course, this disciple won't think so. Yang Chen replied with a smile. He knew that no matter how angry the elders were with him, it was not that they had any views on him, it was just that everyone's ideas were different. After a pause, Yang Chen found a suitable excuse and then said, "This disciple just doesn't have an answer yet. When I figure it out, this disciple will naturally confirm this matter with the two fairies face to face." Aren't you afraid that when the time comes to shave your head? Gao Shiyan was the master ancestor of Gong Sunling. He was very concerned about Gong Sunling's affairs. The fairy Yang Chen actually temporarily refused the cold plum fairy and the dancing snow fairy. He was the happiest one. He couldn't help but tease. If you don't succeed now, when the time comes, the flower has already been taken, what will you do? That's not my fate, this disciple will not force it. Yang Chen replied very calmly. What if the two fairies don't agree, then what? Gao Shiyan still asked in the same tone. Whether it is the Green Jade Immortal Island or the Blue Cloud sect, they have never been so embarrassed. If you are willing, if the two major sect disagrees, what will you do? If the two fairies are unwilling, this disciple will not force it. Although Yang Chen still had a smile, his tone revealed a strong self-confidence. But if it is for other reasons, please forgive this disciple, even if the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect obstruct, the result will be the same. If this disciple wants to do it, he will definitely be able to do it, no one can stop him. When Yang Chen's words came out, the elders were silent for a while. Originally, Gao Shiyan still had a heart to refute, but suddenly he thought about Yang Chen's achievements in recent years. Whether it was the Taishaman or the monster race's second city lord, the 100,000 mountains, the questioning inner heart pill, the heaven-seizing pill, the inner sensing pill, plus the pursuit of Luo Yuan in the late Deshang stage, he couldn't find an example that could refute Yang Chen. Chapter 660. The cooperation between Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud Sect was finally completed smoothly. Blue Cloud Sect not only got the promise of refining the questioning inner heart pill, but also got the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill for free. Although the pill recipe of the monster race was not so rare, the Blue Cloud Sect's luck was not good. The disciples of the sect killed thousands of monster race, and they did not get the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill. Since Chunyang Palace was very generous in giving the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill, then the matter of Sun Qingxue had not been given a positive answer by the head of the palace, and Sect Master Lu could not pursue it too much. After all, Chunyang Palace did not refuse, but let the two young people get along and decide for themselves. This reason could also be taken out. Everyone could see the importance of Yang Chen to Chunyang Palace. It was simply understandable to respect Yang Chen's own opinion on this kind of thing. Of course, Chunyang Palace also treated the Green Jade Immortal Island equally in the matter of Yang Chen, which was the biggest reason for the Blue Cloud Sect to finally accept it. For now, Blue Cloud Sect could only tell Sun Qingxue to let her get along with Yang Chen as much as possible, to gain more experience together, to strive to make Yang Chen tempted, and to be ahead of Shi Shanshan. Not to mention how the Blue Cloud Sect people were looking forward to the beauty of the refining of the questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen was now together with his master and senior sister. In the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave, they found a suitable room and cultivated together. In addition to the fire seed reward given by Blue Cloud Sect in advance this time, Yang Chen already had 60 kinds of 3rd-grade fire seeds, 30 kinds of 4th-grade fire seeds, plus 4 kinds of 5th-grade fire seeds, and there was also the Purple Heart Profound Fire, a 6th-grade fire seed. Yang Chen was not willing to keep it outside. At least these fire seeds should be absorbed by the profound spirit furnace first. After Gong Sunling came back, she thought that she was busy with something and did not dare to see Yang Chen, but she was still dragged to Yang Chen by Gao Yu. Yang Chen was also not pretentious. It was very straightforward to his master and senior sister to express his desire to have a spiritual awareness double cultivation. Although the two women were very shy when they heard Yang Chen's request, neither of them objected and obediently followed Yang Chen into the cave residence. It may be that they knew Yang Chen's attitude towards the marriage between the Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. The two women were very docile to Yang Chen, making Yang Chen have a feeling that he was like the head of the family, and the two women were Yang Chen's most beloved wives. There were only a few hundred Chunyang Palace disciples who were eligible to enter the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave to practice. All of them were loyal disciples who had been assessed by Hall Master Meng Xian and several elders. These were the core of the Chunyang Palace in the future, and of course, they had to be cultivated. In the huge sect palace, Yang Chun and the other two only occupied a small corner. Even if someone noticed, no one would come to disturb them. Of course, Yang Chun pulling the two goddesses for double cultivation was false, and taking the opportunity to communicate more was true. Moreover, the Purple Heart profound fire must be absorbed by his master, and it was just right to give it to her in this secret place. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not know when they had formed an offensive and defensive alliance. Yang Chen was well aware of this, so he did not hide anything from Gong Sunling. He took out the jade box that stored the Purple Heart profound fire in front of Gong Sunling. There was no sign on the jade box, and they couldn't see what it was from the outside. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were a little puzzled. "What is this?" Gao Yu turned to look at Yang Chen and asked strangely. "This is a gift for you, master." Yang Chen replied with a smile. After answering his master, he turned to his senior sister and said apologetically, "I didn't encounter anything suitable for my senior sister this time. Next time I have a chance, I will find a suitable one for my senior sister." He would not explain the origin of the Purple Heart profound fire, only saying that he accidentally encountered it when he went out. The two women were very calm. Yang Chun occasionally encountered something good when he went out to practice, and he would never forget them. Not to mention anything else, just the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. Now the two women have already drunk the amount that made many people beat their chests and stomp their feet. Opening the jade box, Gao Yu immediately felt the amazing heat of the Purple Heart profound fire through the 2-layered formation, and the Purple Heart fire in her body was attracted by the things in the box and was ready to move. All of a sudden, Gao Yu was shocked. "This is..." At first, Gao Yu was not sure, but the feeling of becoming more and more familiar and attractive made her quickly confirm that it turned out to be the 6th-grade fire seed Purple Heart profound fire that she dreamed of. Wang Yong's flame, because it absorbed the fire and water in the Qilin horn, became the Qilin fire, and then became the 7th-grade Qilin heavenly fire under the quenching of the Yin fire tribulation. It was already at the same level as the pure Yang true fire collected in the Chunyang Palace, and Yang Chen did not need to bother to find a fire seed. The problem of the master ancestor was solved, so his master naturally had to be put on the agenda. It just so happened that the appearance of the Purple Heart profound fire satisfied this wish of Yang Chen. Looking at Gao Yu's surprised appearance, Yang Chen's heart was full of satisfaction. It could make his master so happy. Not to mention the 6th-grade fire seed, Yang Chen was willing to take out a higher-level fire seed. However, with Gao Yu's qualifications in fire control, even if she reached the Yuanying stage, the highest grade of fire seed that she could absorb was the 6th-grade fire seed, and it would never be higher. Unless she also learned Wang Yong's method and used the Yin fire tribulation to temper and upgrade the Purple Heart profound fire to the Purple Heart heavenly fire. This was a long time in the future, and there was a long time ahead. At least Yang Chen would not have to consider this problem for hundreds of years. Although the Yin-Yang heaven burning fire also needed to be fused with the fire seed, at present, the 3rd grade, 4th grade and 5th grade fire seeds were enough for Yang Chen to spend decades to fuse. When he needed the 6th grade fire seed, maybe Yang Chen would have been able to find more fun from other channels. Gao Yu was already immersed in ecstasy. Yang Chen had quietly found her the Purple Heart profound fire. From then on, the fire attribute spirit power would not have to worry for at least hundreds of years. How could she not be happy? Of course, the happiest thing was Yang Chen's intention. Wherever he went, he did not forget to find the right thing for himself. This was what made Gao Yu most moved and the most happy. If it weren't for Gong Sunling being around, Gao Yu would hate to be in Yang Chen's arms again and share this extreme happiness with him. "Master, this fire seed, you take care of it properly." When Gao Yu calmed down a little, Yang Chen reminded. "First slowly get familiar with the heat of the Purple Heart profound fire, and when you are almost adapted, you can unlock the first layer of the formation. Step by step, if you want to fully absorb it, it will take at least 100 years, no hurry. Gao Yu certainly understood this truth, but this was a 6th grade fire seed. How could Yang Chen make Gao Yu completely calm down in a few words? Yang Chen understood Gao Yu's mind and didn't say much. After reminding her, he turned to senior sister Gong Sunling. He took out 2 first-grade inner sensing pills from the merit ring and handed one to his senior sister. Chapter 661. This is the inner sensing pill. The first grade, senior sister can take one first and feel the qi and blood spirit power in her body. There were good things to give to his own people, Yang Chen said with a smile. Although it can't form a nascent soul, it is more or less helpful for cultivation. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling certainly knew about the inner sensing pill that was widely circulated in the outside world, but they had never had the chance to see it. Now that Yang Chen took it out, it just satisfied their curiosity first. Gao Yu was also attracted, carefully put away the jade box, and then took another inner sensing pill from Yang Chen's hand and put it in front of her eyes to observe it carefully. They have already taken the 2nd grade questioning inner heart pill given by Yang Chen. The 2 women were not surprised that Yang Chen took out the 1st grade inner sensing pill for them. After appreciating it for a while, then under the gesture of Yang Chen, they swallowed the medicinal pill in their hands into their abdomen. The 1st grade inner sensing pill did not need to arrange a soundproof formation to offset the sound damage, and 10 times the sensory enhancement was within the bearable range. But Yang Chen was still careful to stay by the side. Once there was a problem, he could solve it at any time. The process of the inner sensing pill's miraculous effect was very normal, and there was no abnormality. The 2 women also enjoyed the taste of feeling the qi and blood spirit power in their body. After the medicinal effect of an inner sensing pill was completed, the 2 women had some insights and sat quietly and began to savor it. Yang Chen did not disturb them. He took out an inner sensing pill and swallowed it, and began to feel the medicinal power silently. Speaking of it, this was the first time that Yang Chen swallowed the inner sensing pill that he had refined. The 2 elders, Qiao Ming and Su Qingxin, because they appeared at the right time, it was equivalent to taking the initiative to act as a test subject for him, letting him confirm that the medicinal pills of the monster race also worked for human cultivators. His senses suddenly improved, and Yang Chen also used this extremely keen sense to understand the qi and blood spirit power in his body. The process did not last long, and Yang Chen was very happy to find that for the time being, there was no deviation in his cultivation, and everything was on the normal track. Perhaps it was because of this trip out to gain experience, the 2 women had indeed gained a lot. After swallowing the inner sensing pill this time, the process of perception was surprisingly long. For several days, even Yang Chen controlled the profound spirit furnace to absorb a 3rd grade fire seed, and the 2 women did not wake up from that state of perception. Carefully taking care of his master and senior sister, Yang Chen started to think about his next plan while absorbing the fire seed. Now that he had received the remuneration from the Blue Cloud sect, he would simply refine the questioning inner heart pills at one time. Then after absorbing these fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen would consider going to the vein of 7th metal true essence left by Tai Bai Jinxing. If all goes well, the 7th metal true essence congealing Dan, and Yang Chen will return to the East China Sea. On the one hand, it was to collect more 10th water true essence, on the other hand, it was to try to open the remaining restrictions in the Dragon Palace treasure house. On the East China Sea side, Yang Chen planned to stay at least until the 10th water true essence congealing Dan. Then, Yang Chen planned to collect more than a dozen flying swords left by a certain immortal, and use them to make life source magic weapons for his master and senior sister. Of course, in the process of the journey, Yang Chen would use the Yin-Yang Heaven Burning Fire to absorb those flames at any time, and the level of the Yin-Yang Heaven Burning Fire would be upgraded again. It was estimated that it would take at least 20 or 30 years to do all this. Just in time to take Mu Bo and the Cypress Monster family back to the sect, and then he could hit another future genius. The plan was good, but it was a pity that there was no arrangement to find trouble with the Taishaman during this time. At present, Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace needed to take advantage of the Taishaman's eagerness to restore their strength to explore a way for the sect to recruit monster cultivators on a large scale. It was not that Yang Chen did not want revenge, but revenge was not as simple as killing Yang Lan. The sect master of the Taishaman, including the entire Taishaman, were the target of Yang Chen's revenge. This was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Yang Chen had enough patience, moreover, with the strength and influence of the enemy to strengthen himself, and in turn, eliminate the enemy. Wasn't the taste of this revenge more wonderful? Gao Yu and Gong Sunling woke up from the understanding of the inner sensing Dan and were more curious about the second-grade inner sensing Dan. However, at this time, Yang Chen did not intend to give it to the two women. At least, he had to wait for their cultivation base to be consolidated for decades before using it. For the time being, the effect of the first-grade inner sensing Dan was enough. Yang Chen wanted to refine the questioning inner heart pill, and the two women also wanted to spend more time with Yang Chen. They stayed here to accompany Yang Chen, and at the same time to protect Yang Chen. However, before the alchemy, Yang Chen still planned to take a year or two to absorb all the fire seeds in his hands into the profound spirit furnace. The upgrade of the profound spirit furnace also meant that the grade of the medicinal pill would be higher, and the alchemy would be easier. The spiritual awareness double cultivation was naturally carried out in turn. This kind of cultivation method that was of great benefit to the spiritual awareness of both sides, Yang Chen would never waste it. Anyway, the two women had already cultivated with Yang Chen, and everyone could accept the spiritual awareness double cultivation. Here, Yang Chen was proceeding according to his own plan in an orderly manner, but outside, there was an uproar because of the inner sensing Dan. Fortunately, the sect that had the pill recipe of the inner sensing Dan had already successfully refined the first-grade inner sensing Dan within a year. Although the number of medicinal pills in a furnace could not be compared with Yang Chen's, they had already obtained a few inner sensing Dan that had been refined, which also marked the complete success of the refining of the inner sensing Dan. The efficacy of these inner sensing Dan was almost exactly the same as the first-grade inner sensing Dan, refined by Yang Chen. It could also improve the sensory sensitivity by 10 times, allowing people to explore their own body's blood and spiritual power. When many masters of the peak Jedon stage, who were on the verge of breaking through, took the inner sensing Dan with great anticipation. Just like Su Qingxin at the beginning, they also understood some deviations in their own cultivation, but they could not take the last step in any case to trigger the heavenly tribulation and begin the process of forming their nascent soul. With this question, countless people returned to Chunyang Palace and inquired about it for a long time. They got the news from an elder of Chunyang Palace that the reason why Qiao Ming and Su Qingxin could break through was not the first-grade inner sensing Dan in their hands, but the second-grade inner sensing Dan that had been refined by the second grade. While secretly cursing Chunyang Palace for being unkind, a bunch of alchemists started a new round of refining the inner sensing Dan. However, the result this time was unacceptable to everyone. After spending a lot of hundreds of years of elixirs, the first-grade inner sensing Dan that had been formed, when they were refining the second grade, all of them failed without exception, and none of the medicinal pills were preserved. Some people who did not believe in the heresy had refined it twice in a row, and all of them ended up with a furnace of coke. This second-grade inner sensing Dan was still firmly held in the hands of Chunyang Palace. Chapter 662. Anyone who knew a little about the previous situation of Chunyang Palace knew that all this seemed to have happened after Yang Chen joined Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen's reputation as an alchemist master started from refining the heaven-seizing pill. When Elder Wu Xiong gathered the alchemists to refine the heaven-seizing pill, Yang Chen was regarded as an errand boy, but it was this errand boy who finally turned the rotten into the magical and completed the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. At first, there were still people who had the idea of Yang Chen's pill recipe, and more than one. Helian Yun, the Xiong family, plus some sect, including Taishaman, were upset with Yang Chen for this, and asked for it on the grounds that Yang Chen took the Xiong family's pill recipe. As a result, after being refuted one by one, Helian Yun was beheaded and the Xiong family was exterminated. After the emergence of the questioning inner heart pill, Yang Chen had firmly sat on the throne of the alchemy master, and no one could shake it anymore. The questioning inner heart pill had been studied by several big sect, but their respective Yuanying stage alchemy masters could not refine it. Everyone could say that there was no pill recipe for the questioning inner heart pill, and they could only rely on their own research to find various reasons such as inconvenience, inaccuracy, and so on. Now it was not easy to have an inner sensing pill with a pill recipe, but the alchemy masters of several sects could not even succeed in the second-grade refining. The alchemy talent that Yang Chen showed to outsiders at this moment simply made countless people secretly drool. What kind of dog-shit luck did Chunyang Palace have to recruit this kind of alchemy genius as a disciple? Because the name of Yang Chen was too big, and the things involved were also very important, many sect members have learned about Yang Chen's origin. Even when he was a disciple of the outer sect in Chunyang Palace's Yixiu Villa, he was suppressed by the disciple Chu Heng. Later, in the duel with Li Qingchen, some clues were strung together. Yang Chen didn't go through anyone's guidance. He relied purely on some miscellaneous books that he liked to read and had such cultivation and alchemy method. How could those guys who claimed to be senior alchemists endure this? Among the Taishanmen, a young disciple was standing in front of the sect master. He was carefully waiting for the sect master and the elders to question him. This young disciple did not seem to have a high cultivation level. He was only in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm and was about to enter the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. However, there was still a certain gap between him and core formation. The young man was very familiar. If Yang Chen was present, he would be able to recognize that the young man was Yang Lan, his former enemy. However, at this moment, Yang Lan still had the arrogant posture in front of Yang Chen. He was careful and did not dare to breathe. In the face of a group of elders of the Yuanying and Deshang stage, it was good that he did not tremble. Yang Lan, Yang Chen is your fellow countryman? The sect master did not speak, but an elder of the Yuanying stage asked, and it was an acquaintance who had been to Chunyang Palace, Mao Qi, the hall master of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Taishanmen. Reporting to the hall master, Yang Chen is indeed a fellow countryman of this disciple. Even if it was only Mao Qi who spoke, Yang Lan did not dare to neglect and hurriedly replied. He and this disciple are from the same village. We also came together to participate in the selection of the outer sect disciples of the Taishanmen. What? Hearing Yang Lan's words, the sect master and the elders, who had been sitting in the back and had not spoken, almost jumped up. An elder who looked like he was in his 30s shouted directly at Yang Lan. He came to participate in the selection of our Taishanmen disciples? Yes, elder. Yang Lan was almost kneeled down by the elder and quickly replied, but he was unlucky and was not selected at that time. Unlucky? As soon as Yang Lan's words came out, there was an elder who smiled bitterly. It's not so much that he is unlucky, it's better to say that we are unlucky. Such a good seedling, it happened to be in our sect's selection of disciples, and he has not yet shown his spiritual root. Yang Lan listened to the words of the elders, and his heart moved. He raised his head slightly, and made a gesture of wanting to speak but hesitating, then quickly lowered it and returned to his original state. If someone hadn't been staring at him, maybe they wouldn't have found out what he had done. But who were the people present? The worst one was also a Yuanying stage elder. Although Yang Lan's movements were slight, how could he escape the attention of anyone? "Do you have anything to say?" Although Mao Qi, the hall master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, has lost his own flying sword, he has not lost his identity as the hall master. When he saw Yang Lan's small movements, he immediately asked, "Disciple, disciple, it's hard to say." Yang Lan's performance was a little uneasy, and he repeatedly claimed to be two disciples, and finally squeezed out 3 words, "It's hard to say." Mao Qi's brow wrinkled immediately. In front of the sect master and the elders, he even dared to say that there was something that was hard to say? He snorted at Yang Lan, and the momentum was slightly released, and he ordered mercilessly, "Say it!" Yes. Yang Lan's body was very natural, and he promised a sentence, completely with a look of fear and trepidation. Under the pressure of the Yuanying stage master, he, a disciple of the late foundation stage, did not directly collapse in place, which was already a very good performance. Yang Chen did not test his spiritual root that year. Mao Qi reprimanded him with pressure, where would he dare to hide anything, and quickly said, "When he entered the mountain gate, I don't know what he saw," and shouted. Then there was a master uncle who said that he roared at the mountain gate and threw him directly out of the mountain gate. After listening to Yang Lan, including the sect master, all the elders had an expression on their faces. Because he shouted, he was thrown out of the mountain gate? It doesn't matter if he was thrown, but he directly threw an alchemy genius to the Chunyang Palace. When they thought that he was originally the treasure of the Taishanmen, but because of such a small thing, he became a disciple of another sect, everyone's mood was simply indescribable. A kid who had never seen the world, when he entered the mountain gate of the Taishanmen, naturally everything was new. How big of a thing was it to shout? Was this also called roaring at the mountain gate? Which bastard threw people out? A master of the Deshang stage, who had never spoken, usually didn't care much about the affairs of the sect. The elder who was immersed in cultivation suddenly broke out, and his momentum was like a thunderbolt, pressing against Yang Lan. This elder has been trapped in the middle Deshang stage bottleneck for a long time. After hearing about the questioning inner heart pill, he was excited, but even if it was the Taishanmen, they only bought one at the auction house, and it was also used for research, it was not used for a breakthrough at all. Now that he heard that the alchemy master of the Taishanmen had become a disciple of another sect, and he was still hopeless to ask for the pill, he suddenly broke out. The majesty of the master of the Deshang stage, how could a small disciple of the foundation stage bear it? Yang Lan was not as strong as Yang Chen, and his spiritual awareness was already heaven-defying. Seeing that Yang Lan was about to suffer, a halo suddenly flashed around him, and the pressure of the elder of the Deshang stage was also blocked outside. Chapter 663. It was the sect master of Taishanmen who made a move. He used one of his own protective magic weapons, just to resist the unconscious eruption of the elder, and it was very easy. When the elder saw the sect master make a move, he also realized that his attitude was wrong, and he was looking for the wrong target. Yang Lan came to Taishanmen with Yang Chen, and it was not him who threw Yang Chen out. Who threw Yang Chen out? The elder asked again. This time, the voice was a lot slower, but it was still full of anger. This disciple doesn't remember. Yang Lan seemed to have been frightened. He just called out and he didn't dare to say more. It was no wonder that it was already more than 100 years ago, and at that time, who would think that it was a big thing? Who would deliberately remember who threw people out? Find out which year Yang Lan joined our sect. All the guys who were responsible for recruiting outer sect disciples that year, all go to the law enforcement hall to be punished. Everyone will face the wall for 10 years. If you find out who threw him out, you will face the wall for 20 years, plus 100 god-slaying whips. The sect master gave a faint command, and immediately the law enforcement hall master went out to make arrangements. Although the voice of the sect master was very light, everyone could hear some dissatisfaction. Such an excellent alchemist, just because he looked at the beautiful scenery and called out, he completely lost the opportunity, and he was pushed to the hands of the enemy. How could he not be angry? Speaking of which, this Yang Chen is the little guy that Li Qingchen instructed Chu Heng of Chunyang Palace to embarrass, right? Another elder also remembered a lot of things. Later, he had a duel with Li Qingchen and he killed Li Qingchen, right? Originally, with the identity of the big shots present, it was impossible to notice these little things. But first, Yang Chen was now famous, and second, Li Qingchen was also an excellent disciple of Teixeman. Everyone had a little impression of him. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to pull him into my Teixeman. A group of people were discussing here, not to confirm where Yang Chen was from, but to think of ways to pull Yang Chen over to the Teixeman side. Originally, he found that Yang Lan was a fellow countryman of Yang Chen. This relationship might be used. However, it would be hard to say if Li Qingchen was involved. Back then, Li Qingchen had offended Yang Chen with all his might. He had even persuaded Chu Heng to betray the sect. Even though Li Qingchen had died in Yang Chen's hands, who knew if Yang Chen still bore a grudge against him? No matter what, we have to give it a try first. The gate master finally decided on this point. He said to Yang Lan, recently, Yang Chen has been in Chunyang Palace. You approach him as a fellow countryman and see if you can try to pull him over. After a pause, without waiting for Yang Lan to ask, the gate master directly gave Yang Lan the bottom line. As long as he agrees, we can give him everything he wants. Cultivation methods, magic weapons, elixirs, spirit stones, materials, beauties, whatever he wants, we will give him. In short, we will give everything that Chunyang Palace can give, even more than that. As long as he can join my Teixeman, everything will be fine. This disciple accepts the decree. Yang Lan's eyes lit up, and he immediately realized that this was an unprecedented opportunity. After bowing and agreeing, he seemed to think of something. He bowed again and asked, Gate Master, if Yang Chen is under pressure because of his betrayal, how should I reply? As long as he is willing to join my Teixeman, if Chunyang Palace has any opinions, we can just take the opportunity to destroy them. We can't give them a chance to become stronger. The gate master gave the answer without thinking. This disciple understands. Yang Lan knew that he should leave. This was not a place where he could stay all the time. However, it seemed that because of Yang Chen, he had also fallen into the eyes of the high level. As long as things were done beautifully, he would not worry about his future in the future. After retreating, Yang Lan did not even return to his residence. After leaving the hall, he went straight to the mountain gate and quickly flew in the direction of Chunyang Palace. His actions caused a few of the higher-ups who had been observing him to nod slightly. This person had a decent attitude when it came to handling matters. It was not until he left the Teixeman mountain gate for hundreds of miles that Yang Lan's face showed a strange smile. Among the guys who were responsible for receiving the disciples of the outer mountain gate, there was one who had always been against Yang Lan. Yang Lan just took this opportunity to honestly tell the fact that Yang Chen was expelled, and that guy immediately suffered retribution. Although a lot of innocent people were hurt, Yang Lan did not have the slightest guilt. They were unlucky. Who made them so close to that guy in the past? However, in Yang Lan's eyes, there was still a strong sense of jealousy. Yang Chen, a country bumpkin, unexpectedly had a big reputation, even stronger than him. How could Yang Lan, who had always been arrogant, accept this? From childhood to adulthood, Yang Lan was the best in the village, including his sister. No one could compare to him. No matter what, Yang Lan wanted to occupy the best position. Even the apprentice had to join the largest sect of Teixeman. In just 100 years, Yang Lan had cultivated to the late stage of the foundation stage. Although he was not comparable to those amazing genius disciples, he was also a rare outstanding disciple. But what Yang Lan never thought of was that Yang Chen, who was originally a waste in the village, had actually cultivated to the Jedan stage and also became a master of alchemy. If it was someone else, maybe Yang Lan's heart would be a little better, but it was Yang Chen, which made Yang Lan crazy with jealousy. This time, he had to follow the order of the sect to win over Yang Chen. It was conceivable that when he saw Yang Chen, Yang Lan had to put on a humble attitude, which made Yang Lan even more angry. If he couldn't win, how would the sect deal with him? From the answer to the last question given to him by the sect master, Yang Lan had already guessed some attitude. Since he was not a person of Taishaman, he must find ways to remove him. He couldn't watch Yang Chen grow up and become a big problem for Taishaman. After thinking about this, Yang Lan suddenly understood what he should do. Yang Chen, this guy, let him be proud for a few days, and then he would cry in the future. Yang Chen, who was absorbing the fire in the sect, suddenly received a notice from the sect, saying that a former fellow villager had come to the door. Yang Chen was very surprised, and he never thought that it was Yang Lan. Later, when he heard that Yang Lan of Taishaman came to see him, Yang Chen was stunned, and then he laughed. He thought that this guy had died silently in the explosion of the welcoming array. He didn't expect him to be alive. This was the opportunity that God gave to Yang Chen to avenge himself. How could Yang Chen not laugh happily? Chapter 664. Yang Chen has been absorbing those fire seeds for more than a year. There were a lot of 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade fire seeds, and it took a lot of time. 1 year was only enough for Yang Chen to absorb all the 3rd grade fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace. The 4th grade fire seeds took a longer time, and each one took at least half a month. Yang Chen now had at least 30 kinds of 4th grade fire seeds on his body. He had just absorbed 4 or 5 kinds, and he received a notice from Yang Lan's visit. This time, Yang Chen was not in retreat, he was just cultivating in the Immortal's cave, and the news from the outside was sent in smoothly. Hearing that there was an old friend of Yang Chen who came to visit Yang Chen, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not stop him, and directly sent the news to Yang Chen. For Yang Lan, Yang Chen hated him. However, all along, Yang Lan was nesting in the Taishaman and did not come out, and Yang Chen did not find a suitable opportunity to start. Although Yang Chen could sneak into the Taishaman and kill Yang Lan without anyone knowing, this lacked the feeling of Yang Chen being open and aboveboard. In particular, after Yang Chen detonated the welcoming array of Taishaman, tens of thousands of Taishaman's outer sect disciples died, and many disciples in the foundation stage were also killed. Yang Chen always thought that Yang Lan had died in the chaos, but he didn't expect this guy to be so lucky. This was even better, it was simply that the heavens were also following Yang Chen's intention, so that Yang Chen could have the opportunity to kill the blood feud of his previous life. At the thought that he would be able to see Yang Lan, the culprit, Yang Chen even trembled with excitement. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling didn't worry about him. They thought that Yang Chen was happy to hear that there was a visit from a fellow villager. Whether they were close or not, they were from the same hometown. This was human nature. Seeing that Yang Lan certainly did not need other people to accompany him, Yang Chen quickly came to the Mountain Gate guest house of Chunyang Palace. Along the way, Yang Chen was wondering what kind of attitude he should use to treat Yang Lan. In any case, now that Yang Lan was visiting, he was a guest from afar. Yang Chen had to ask about the right and wrong and kill him immediately. This was the courtesy of being the master. Although Yang Chen and the Greatest Heaven sect had an irreconcilable hatred, the two countries did not kill the envoys. Now even if Yang Lan was the envoy, let him live for a while. The other party came to the door at this time, there must be some action. Otherwise, Yang Chen's reputation was not just a day or two, how could he not see Yang Lan? Yang Lan. Entering the guest house, Yang Chen saw Yang Lan drinking tea in the guest house. Although his heart had long been angry enough to want to pull out his sword and cut Yang Lan immediately, Yang Chun still suppressed this impulse. He even made a surprised look on his face. He cried with a little surprise, "Is it really you?" And, compared with the surprise on Yang Chen's face, Yang Lan was more like a calm young master. He held the teacup in an elegant posture with one hand and a seemingly noble smile on his face. Then he said, "Sit." This was the guest house of Chunyang Palace, but Yang Lan put on the posture of the host. That kind of tone made Yang Chen want to laugh. "Long time no see." Yang Chen seemed to walk forward naturally and sat on the other side. Yang Lan had already sat in the main seat. The seat left for Yang Chen was naturally the guest seat. After sitting down, Yang Chen naturally greeted him, and then used a previous title, "Young Master Yang." "It's been a long time." Yang Lan listened to Yang Chen's title of Young Master Yang, and there was a smile on his face. This was what Yang Chen and other farmers called Yang Lan when they were in the village. Yang Lan had not heard it for a long time. Now that he heard it, it seemed to make him feel superior in the village. "I don't know young Master Yang's visit. What can I do for you?" Yang Chen also looked at Yang Lan with a smile. He wanted to see what this guy was going to do. A small sect is a small sect. Even the tea is so low level. Yang Lan took a sip of tea, then frowned and spat out the tea in his mouth. This kind of small sect has no financial resources and no masters. If you stay here, there is no future. Yang Lan very casually threw the teacup that was originally held in his hand elegantly on the table. He ignored the rolling teacup and directly ordered in the tone he was used to in the past, "Come with me, I will give you a good future." Good future? Yang Chen was already a little strange about Yang Lan's attitude. He was a guest, but he put on such a posture. What did this mean? Giving me a good future shows that there is a little intention to poach people, but there is no need to put on such a posture, right? Does he really think that he is still the young master of Yang Village, and everyone has to listen to him? Taishimen is much better than Chunyang Palace. Yang Lan had a condescending face. "Don't say that I don't take care of you. There is an opportunity now to take you into Taishimen, the world's largest sect. Go back and pack up your things, and come with me immediately." Yang Chen seemed to have guessed Yang Lan's plan. He sat steadily in the same place, and there was no intention of moving. He just squinted his eyes, looked at Yang Lan with a smile, and suddenly said, "I don't even open the conditions. Do you think I am a fool, or do you think that the elders of Taishimen are fools?" Yang Lan's eyes stared fiercely, as if with a little fire, and with some unwillingness, he stared at Yang Chen. "You actually don't intend to draw me to Taishimen, right?" Yang Chen said with a smile. "Yes." Yang Lan didn't feel embarrassed at the moment that his mind was exposed. Instead, he sat very calmly and looked at Yang Chen with a sneer. "You are a small tenant farmer. How can you have such achievements? You want to enter Taishimen? Don't dream. Then how do you explain to the people who sent you?" Yang Chen was amused by Yang Lan and laughed. He had never seen such a person. Even in his previous life, Yang Lan didn't seem to be as stupid as he was. "Explain?" Yang Lan sneered and looked at Yang Chen for a while before he said, "Explain what? It's easy. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Not only do you not give the Taishimen face, but you also curse and insult the Taishimen. All the Taishimen will regard you as an enemy of life and death, and they will kill you. How about it? Are you satisfied with this explanation?" "It sounds good." Yang Chen nodded and seemed to agree with Yang Lan's statement. Then he immediately asked, "However, there is a question I forgot to remind you. I would like to hear the details." Since Yang Lan had made his position clear, he also asked in cooperation. "I am now a Jedon stage master, and you are just a foundation establishment stage junior." Yang Chen said with a smile, "I will give you 1 day. After leaving here, run for your life immediately." Chapter 665. Yang Lan's face became very wonderful. He always thought that he could calculate Yang Chen, and even put on this posture to provoke Yang Chen. It was also because he felt that Yang Chen would be helpless against him. There was no third party present in the conversation between the two. Of course, Yang Lan could say what he wanted. He could even pretend to be more miserable, and perform Yang Chen's attitude towards Taishimen more badly. All of this was in Yang Lan's calculation. Anyway, he had learned about the attitude of Taishimen towards Yang Chen from the inadvertent conversation between the sect master and the elders of Taishimen. He just wanted to try it out, especially the last sentence. In order to let Yang Chen dispel the psychological pressure of betraying the sect, he would not hesitate to destroy Chunyang Palace. According to this logic, if Yang Chen does not intend to join Taishimen, then it was estimated that there would only be one attitude, that is, if they can't get it, they would rather destroy it than leave it to others. Yang Chen, a master of alchemy, was a treasure in any sect. Maybe he could make the sect rise. This situation was not what any competitor wanted to see. If Yang Chen was just making trouble in Chunyang Palace, it was estimated that there would be no big problem. But now the news that Taishimen got was that Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect have deep cooperation with the Green Jade Immortal Island. In this way, the role of Yang Chen would be more and more terrifying. It was not the style of Taishimen to sit back and watch the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect become more and more powerful. Although Yang Lan didn't leave the sect much, he also heard several of the so-called deeds of eliminating demons and defending the Tao from the mouth of the predecessors. From these stories, it was not difficult for Yang Lan to analyze the attitude of the Taishimen towards the opponents who refused to cooperate. If they couldn't win over Yang Chen, the Taishimen would definitely send people to destroy Yang Chen. They would never see that under the influence of Yang Chen, the development of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect surpassed that of the Taishimen. Especially now that the Taishimen's vitality was greatly damaged, this kind of secretly weakening competitors would appear frequently. Yang Chen was a high-level alchemist, but since he was not a friend, he was an enemy that must be eradicated. The Taishimen didn't have to get Yang Chen, so when Yang Lan's feedback returned to the Taishimen, Yang Chen was doomed to be a dead man. This kid from a tenant family dared to be better than him. His death was not to be regretted. Yang Lan even enjoyed this process. So what if he was strong? Wasn't he still being played by me? The more Yang Lan thought about it, the more proud he was, and his mood was in a mess. This good mood lasted until Yang Chen gave him advice. But Yang Chen's words made him a little panicked. Yang Chen's cultivation base was higher than him. If Yang Chen wanted to kill him, it would only take a little effort. And Yang Lan, obviously, had not yet reached the point of ignoring life and death. I am the messenger of the Taishimen, a guest of Chunyang Palace. In panic, Yang Lan couldn't help but scream, "You can't kill me! So I will give you 1 day to escape." Yang Chen replied with a smile, sitting in the same place, but the opponent had begun to panic. This feeling made Yang Chen also enjoy it, and feed back my attitude back to the Taishimen. "If you kill me, aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Taishimen?" Yang Lan finally understood that Yang Chen would not make a move on him now. His panic mood quickly calmed down and he asked, "Whether I kill you or not, the Taishimen won't let me go, won't they?" Yang Chen laughed. He didn't expect that Yang Lan would have the intention to kill him now. In his previous life, Yang Lan was greedy. In order to snatch his own 10,000 years vermilion fruit, plus he was ambitious, so he would do that kind of thing to himself. In this life, Yang Chen confirmed that from beginning to end, Yang Chen had never provoked Yang Lan. He didn't know why it would lead to Yang Lan wanting to put himself to death. Yang Chen would not understand Yang Lan's thoughts even if he thought about it. It was just because everyone was from the same hometown, and before the practice, Yang Lan's identity was more noble than Yang Chen's. Now Yang Chen's achievements were higher than Yang Lan's, and he was more valued by the big shots. For this reason, Yang Lan had to kill Yang Chen at all costs. But this was also good, at least Yang Chen didn't have to think of any reason to pursue Yang Lan. Since you also understand, then I won't talk much nonsense. Yang Lan had Yang Chen to give him 1 day's time. He was full of confidence and immediately began to be arrogant. I would like to see if you die first or if I die first. Having said that, Yang Lan had already made up his mind. As soon as he left, he would immediately rush back to Taishanmen. Even if Yang Chen was capable, it was impossible to enter the Taishanmen mountain gate to kill people, right? Anyway, as long as he survived the time when Yang Chen was killed, he could swagger out. I would like to remind you of 2 points. Yang Chen still sat still, very kind, and smiled and extended 2 fingers. I would like to hear the details. Yang Lan picked up his clothes, sat upright, and put on the elegant posture. First, Yang Chen bent a finger and looked at Yang Lan calmly and said, I am an alchemist, and I am still a senior alchemist. So what? Yang Lan didn't know if it was because of jealousy. Many things were not considered thoroughly, and he asked a very stupid question. It means that if I am willing to use a questioning inner heart pill as a reward for your head, I believe that there will be an elder-level character in Taishanmen who will bring your head to me first. Yang Chen still reminded with a calm voice, but there was a hint of banter in his tone. Just now, Yang Lan's proud face lost its blood color, and he completely forgot about this. He was so jealous that he wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yang Chen, but he didn't think that Yang Chen could easily kill him even if he didn't have to do it himself. Second, Yang Chen looked at Yang Lan's frightened face, sneered in his heart, and reminded him again. I said that I would give you a day, and now it has been a stick of incense. However, if you want to put your own life on the promise that I am willing to keep, you can spend it here. Yang Lan himself was not the kind of person who could keep his promise. Anyway, he was not swearing with his heart demon, so naturally he would not value it. Listening to Yang Chen, he was even more shocked. If Yang Chen did it here, he would not even have a chance to resist. This time, Yang Lan no longer dared to sit in front of Yang Chen. He stood up and fled in a hurry. He even tripped on the low threshold at the door. After stumbling out a few steps, he stabilized his body. Without saying anything, he summoned his flying sword and flew out of the mountain gate. Chapter 666. With the shrewdness and insidiousness of Yang Lan in Yang Chen's memory, he would never make such a low-level mistake. Strictly speaking, it can only be said that the current Yang Lan has not yet grown to the point of his previous life. However, in Taishanmen, Yang Lan was by no means mixed so well. At least Yang Chen knew that before Yang Lan's Jedan, he was excluded and bullied by a group of people, which led to him doing everything in order to get a higher status and cultivation base. He even gave his own sister to the young sect master as a concubine. Later, he didn't know why, but Yang Lan even killed the young sect master of Taishanmen and blamed it on Yang Chen. This series of means was superb. Even the sect master of Taishanmen was deceived by him. How could it be like today? Even the cause and effect were not fully considered, and he came to kill Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't care why Yang Lan hadn't grown up yet. He just wanted Yang Lan to live in a precarious fear from today onwards. In his previous life, when Yang Chen was chaste, there was no lack of such days. It was too easy for him to meet and kill Yang Lan with a sword. At least let him be afraid for 100 years, and then Yang Chen would make a move. He wanted Yang Lan to taste the pain he had suffered in his previous life, so that he could feel his hatred. Yang Chen had fantasized about how to kill Taishanmen and kill Yang Lan countless times, but he never thought that one day Yang Lan would actually throw himself into the trap. He ran to Yang Chen's face and let Yang Chen bury a seed of fear for him. Perhaps this was the arrangement of God. Since God let Yang Chen come again, and in such a way, he took the initiative to send Yang Lan over. It was God's will. For Yang Lan's threat, Yang Chen didn't take it to heart. It was definitely not just the greatest heaven sect who wanted to kill Yang Chen. At this point, everyone had a tacit understanding. How many talented disciples occasionally died in accidents on the way of cultivation? Many of them became unsolved mysteries, but it was usually nothing more than enemies, demons, or internal strife in the Tao sects. In his previous life, Yang Chen was used to it. In any case, Yang Chen stayed in Chunyang Palace, which was absolutely safe. This life was different from his previous life. Chunyang Palace would be destroyed. Not to mention that there were 2 Deshang stage masters and 10 Yuanying stage ancestors. Just with the cooperation with Green Jade, Immortal Island, and Blue Cloud sect, the 2 sect would never allow Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen to have an accident. If Yang Chen was afraid of death, then he would always be holed up in Chunyang Palace and not take a step out. Maybe many people were looking forward to this. But in this way, Yang Chen was actually equivalent to a waste. From ancient times to the present, there has never been a timid guy who could cultivate behind closed doors. Which of the people who could cross the tribulation and ascend was not killed in battle? If he didn't even have the courage to face some enemies or villains, how could he have the courage to face the heavenly tribulation? And it was a series of 3 kinds of heavenly tribulations? There was only one result of building a car behind closed doors, that was, there would never be the inspiration for a breakthrough. No matter how many books he read, how many insights of the predecessors he read, it was useless. Reading 10,000 books was not as good as walking 10,000 miles. This was the truth of the bumpy road. What he got from the paper was always shallow. Hiding in Chunyang Palace, maybe Yang Chen could still refine the questioning inner heart pill, and he could also refine the second-grade inner sensing pill, but that was all. If this was the case, the threat to the Taishanmen and other sect was still limited. The Taishanmen sent Yang Lan over, it must be to win him over. It was estimated that this was the idea to scare Yang Chen, and he would not dare to go out again. If Yang Chen was really not afraid of the heavens and the earth, and was alone outside, there was always a chance to capture or kill him. In any case, it was a good calculation. After scaring Yang Lan away, Yang Chen did not care about the result at all. He went directly to the palace master and reported to the palace master what had just happened. Some things had to be planned in advance by the sect. Otherwise, if they rushed to fight, they would always suffer. Hearing that the Taishanmen actually sent a boy in the foundation stage to run to Chunyang Palace to calculate their own most valued disciple, even with the self-restraint of the palace master, he directly scolded him. He did not have the demeanor of a Yuanying stage ancestor, let alone the demeanor of a sect master. After scolding him, the palace master did not place Yang Chen. For Yang Chen, he had absolute confidence. In the entire sect, the disciple that the palace master was most at ease with was estimated to be Yang Chen. Even if he could not see through these bumps, he would not be Yang Chen. Of course, the sect had to arrange, but they could not make obvious signs against the Taishanmen. Otherwise, the Taishanmen would definitely take advantage of this and uproot the Chunyang Palace. What they were worried about now was not Chunyang Palace, but the rising Green Jade, Immortal Island, and Blue Cloud sect that were in an alliance with Chunyang Palace. With a reasonable reason, the Taishanmen would definitely seize the opportunity to push Chunyang Palace into the abyss and destroy the entire alliance. Yang Chen still returned to the Immortal's cave as if nothing had happened. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling looked at Yang Chen as if nothing had happened. They did not ask and let Yang Chen continue to absorb the fire seed. Before, Yang Chen said that he wanted to continue the spiritual awareness double cultivation with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, and this time was not wasted. Every other month, Yang Chen would cultivate the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra with the 2 women. The Heart Sutra could not only adjust the spiritual awareness, but it could also greatly improve the conciseness of the 2 sides' spiritual awareness. It was an excellent spiritual awareness double cultivation method. With this kind of cultivation method in hand, it was a pity to waste it. For more than a year, the 2 women could also feel that their spiritual awareness was rapidly condensing. because the spiritual awareness of Yang Chen and Gao Yu and Gong Sunling was now in a relatively balanced stage. The total amount of spiritual awareness was only growing step by step. But after every spiritual awareness double cultivation, everyone's spiritual awareness was condensed a little and became more and more stable. He didn't know how Yang Lan went back and gave feedback to the people of the Taishaman. At least so far, the Taishaman have no signs of doing anything. Of course, it was impossible to make a move at this time. It would be too obvious. Moreover, Yang Chen had been in Chunyang Palace and had not come out. Even if they wanted to make a move, there was no chance. But Yang Chen knew that the Taishaman must have listed him as a key target. In the past, he did not show that he could change the strength of the sect. Now that he had such a big role, he had to take such a big risk. If he wanted to go out in the future, he would have to be careful of the Taishaman or other sections. It would not be as easy as before. Yang Chen did not talk to his master and sister about this. He was afraid that they would worry. In Yang Chen's heart, he didn't care much about this at all. The direction of his cultivation, in fact, was doomed from the moment he stepped into the Immortal Executioner's platform. It was a road full of killing. Chapter 667. No matter how big the wind and waves outside, Yang Chen still acted according to his own rhythm. In a blink of an eye, another year passed, and the remaining fourth-grade flames were all absorbed into the profound spirit furnace. Yang Chen has already planned to start absorbing the fifth-grade flames. So far, the profound spirit furnace has absorbed no less than hundreds of mortal flames, and the entire pill furnace has changed from the crystal-clear state to another situation. It was a kind of qualitative change from complexity to simplicity. After absorbing hundreds of flames, merging all of Yang Chen's cyan crystal profound gold, and also merging many materials carefully selected by Yang Chen. After absorbing countless medicinal power, now the profound spirit furnace looked like a medicine pot used by ordinary people, ordinary, simple, and unremarkable. But it was such a profound spirit furnace. Compared with the time when it would be crystal clear, the effect was not known how many times stronger. As long as Yang Chen holds the profound spirit furnace, even if he doesn't do alchemy, he can feel that his alchemy skills are improving. The ability to control the flame is also becoming more and more skillful. No matter what kind of flame, Yang Chen is like a finger and arm, and the control of the flame is like a living flame. Along with it, Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire also seems to be a little more active. There are still 4 kinds of fifth-grade flames in his hands. Yang Chen is hesitating whether to absorb these fire seeds first or to refine the questioning inner heart pill that he promised to Blue Cloud Sect. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were speechless after knowing Yang Chen's hesitation. In the end, Gao Yu helped Yang Chen decide to absorb the fire seeds first, and then alchemy. Anyway, it was only a year before and after. For these cultivators, it was not a problem at all. In accordance with his master's instructions, Yang Chen continued to absorb these 4 kinds of fifth-grade fire seeds. The fifth-grade fire seeds were the same as the Sun True Fire and the Moon True Fire, and they were also the highest-grade fire seeds in the profound spirit furnace. It took a longer time to absorb these fire seeds. Fortunately, the profound spirit furnace has now absorbed hundreds of kinds of flames, including several kinds of fifth-grade fire seed. It only takes about 3 or 4 months to absorb a fifth-grade fire seed. Compared with the previous speed, it was several times faster. 1 year passed in a hurry, and 4 kinds of fifth-grade fire seeds were also absorbed by the profound spirit furnace. At this point, the fire seeds obtained by Yang Chen from the Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island have all been absorbed into the profound spirit furnace. It is no exaggeration to say that the fire seeds below the 4th grade have been included in the profound spirit furnace, and the fire seeds above the 4th grade have also fallen into the hands of Yang Chen. At this time, if there was a competition to see who had the most fire seeds, Yang Chen would definitely come out on top. Absorbing these fire seeds was equivalent to consuming the reward given by the Blue Cloud sect in advance. Yang Chun had to refine the questioning inner heart pill for others anyway. When Yang Chun used the profound spirit furnace to start alchemy, Yang Chun really discovered how powerful the profound spirit furnace was now. When the medicinal materials were thrown into the profound spirit furnace, even without the control of Yang Chun, they would be automatically refined, and the heat was always just right, as if the profound spirit furnace had consciousness and could automatically control the heat. What made Yang Chun even more surprised was that when Yang Chun began to control the refining process, he directly started the second-grade refining, and did not even need to go through the first-grade refining method of the medicinal pills. This also meant that if the alchemy was done according to the normal method, the profound spirit furnace would directly produce the second-grade spirit pill, and all the medicinal pills would be upgraded by a grade. If Yang Chun carried out the second-grade refining of the medicinal pills in the original sense, it would probably be the third-grade spirit pill that came out of the profound spirit furnace. When Yang Chun was in the foundation stage, he could refine the third-grade foundation building pill, which showed that Yang Chun was already a third-grade alchemy master. Now with the enhancement of the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chun was already a fourth-grade alchemy master and could refine the fourth-grade spirit pill. The fourth-grade alchemy master in the mortal world was already the top alchemy existence. In Yang Chun's memory, he had never heard of an alchemy master who could break through the fourth-grade alchemy master when he was in the mortal world. The main force of refining the heaven-seizing pill, Deng Ya of the Tianqi sect, was only a fourth-grade alchemy master. It was estimated that if she could cross the tribulation and ascend, then before she crossed the tribulation and ascended, she could only be a fourth-grade alchemy master, and it would be impossible to improve. You must know that Deng Ya was a Yuanying stage ancestor, and Yang Chun was still only in the early Zhedan stage. With the growth speed of Yang Chun in the alchemy Dao, when he reached the Yuanying stage, he would become a fourth-grade alchemy master without the help of the profound spirit furnace. At that time, Yang Chun would use the profound spirit furnace to refine the fifth-grade medicinal pill, which would definitely be an unprecedented alchemy record. There would be no one in the mortal world who had a higher achievement in the alchemy Dao than Yang Chun. For Yang Chun, this was absolutely good news. However, at this moment, Yang Chun was pleasantly surprised and somewhat helpless. Now he was refining the questioning inner heart pill, and it was also refining for the Blue Cloud sect. It was a second-grade refining at the beginning. Didn't it mean that all the second-grade pills that Yang Chun gave to the Blue Cloud sect were second-grade questioning inner heart pills? This was obviously impossible. Yang Chun had to consider the balance between the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, so he could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Once Yang Chun made the two sect feel that he was unfair, it would not be good news for Chunyang Palace. Therefore, with the profound spirit furnace, an alchemy furnace that was close to an immortal weapon, Yang Chun not only could not exert the full power of the profound spirit furnace, but he also had to suppress and even control the profound spirit furnace. He could not refine the second-grade questioning inner heart pill, and he had to forcibly suppress the quality of the first grade. Refining this first-grade questioning inner heart pill was even harder than refining the second-grade questioning inner heart pill for Yang Chun. Fortunately, after all, the grade of the profound spirit furnace was improved, and the refining time was greatly shortened. Originally, it took 1 year and 10 months to refine the first-grade questioning inner heart pill, but this time, after Yang Chun completed the step of collecting the pills, it was only a little over a year. This was already the fourth time that Yang Chun refined the questioning inner heart pill. His technique had become more and more skillful. Coupled with the strength of the profound spirit furnace, although he had tried his best to suppress it, the questioning inner heart pill was still much better than the ordinary questioning inner heart pill. According to Yang Chun's own judgment, It should be between the effect of the first-grade questioning inner heart pill and the second-grade questioning inner heart pill. The quality of the questioning inner heart pill could already be completely reported. Even if the Green Jade Immortal Island had doubts, it could also be justified. After all, the refining technique was becoming more and more skillful. If the Green Jade Immortal Island wanted it, they could continue to cooperate with Chunyang Palace, and Yang Chun could provide the same quality questioning inner heart pill. At this point, all the things that Yang Chun needed to do in the sect had been completed. Next, whether it was collecting the 7th metal true essence or the 10th water true essence, he needed to go out. Yang Chen also needed to leave Chunyang Palace again. Chapter 668. This time, the quality of the questioning inner heart pills. In any case, before Yang Chen planned to go out to gain experience, many things had to be arranged. At least the questioning inner heart pills that helped the Blue Cloud sect to refine must be handed over. Zhu Chuntao, the master of the medicinal hall, took over these questioning inner heart pills and soon discovered the abnormality of the medicinal pills. Why is there a problem? The master of the palace was shocked. If the medicinal pills of the Blue Cloud sect were broken, it would be hard to explain. Yang Chen should not have made such a mistake. Did he make a mistake? No. Zhu Chuntao shook his head and carefully observed a questioning inner heart pill. This time, Yang Chen's alchemy did not let him watch. Zhu Chuntao did not know what happened in the refining process, so he observed very carefully and replied casually, "It is a bit too good." Second grade? The master of the palace was relieved, and the worry in his heart was finally put down. But immediately he frowned again. If they were all second-grade questioning inner heart pills, they could not be easily handed over to the Blue Cloud sect. No, it is still a first-grade medicinal pill, but the quality is much better than that given to the Green Jade Immortal Island. After Zhu Chuntao was promoted to the Yuanying stage, the ability of his spiritual awareness to explore the quality of the medicinal pills was more skillful, and his judgment was much more accurate. After such a long period of observation, he had determined the quality of this batch of questioning inner heart pills. Listening to Zhu Chuntao's judgment, the eyes of the master of the palace turned to Yang Chen. Zhu Chuntao also looked over and seemed to be waiting for Yang Chen to give a reasonable explanation. "Sorry, I didn't control it for a while." Yang Chen faced the gaze of the two big shots. He could only explain a little helplessly, but his expression looked innocent. Yang Chen's expression and words directly made the master of the palace and Zhu Chuntao speechless. This level of medicinal pills, and he said that the quality was excellent because he didn't control it well. How could many alchemists endure this? If others didn't control it well, the medicinal pills would be destroyed. Yang Chen's quality was actually beyond the ordinary. What was this? They were speechless, but both the master of the palace and Zhu Chuntao could understand what these medicinal pills meant. If it was done properly, Chunyang Palace would definitely get more benefits. The palace master was even looking forward to the expressions of the people of the Blue Cloud sect when they saw these medicinal pills. As for how to explain it to the Green Jade Immortal Island, it was very easy. The number of refining times, the proficiency, naturally there would be better quality, which was understandable. If the Green Jade Immortal Island wanted it, they could continue to cooperate, and Chunyang Palace would never refuse. After handing over the questioning inner heart pill to the head of the palace, Yang Chen let go of one thing. At the very least, the deal with Blue Cloud sect could be considered to have been preliminarily completed. All that was left was for Chunyang Palace to receive the income in the next few decades. Next, Yang Chen would consider going out to collect the 7th metal true essence and 10th water true essence. This was the key to Yang Chen's great yin-yang 5 elemental formula condensing the core, so he couldn't be careless. According to normal cultivation, with the experience and perception of Yang Chen's great principle Golden Immortal, plus many elixirs, Yang Chen could not let the remaining 7 spiritual powers condense. However, if he used this method, Yang Chen was bound to condense only one spiritual power and one spiritual power. Each of them was estimated to take Yang Chen about 10 years. In this way, it would take 70 years to be able to condense all of them, which was what Yang Chen was not willing to wait. The great yin-yang 5 elemental formula also paid attention to balance. In 70 years, the first fire attribute spiritual power to condense the core must have reached the middle Jedon stage, and the last one to condense the core was only the early Jedon stage. The difference between the Jedon stage was not as small as the foundation stage. Decades of cultivation would inevitably disrupt the balance of Yang Chen's yin and yang 5 element. The appearance of Yang Lan made Yang Chen understand that the high-level officials of Taishimen had made up their minds to eradicate him. This was also a pressure for Yang Chen, but it was also a motivation. Fortunately, this life was not the same as the previous life. Chunyang Palace was getting stronger and stronger. Even if the Taishimen wanted to deal with him, it was impossible to be blatant. They could only do it secretly. This was the same as Yang Chen's plan to deal with the Taishimen. For the time being, it could not be made public. However, if the other party wanted to get rid of him secretly, then they would have to bear the loss of manpower. They could not bring it to the table to talk about it. Even if he killed the other party's people openly, they could only break their teeth and swallow the blood. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling practiced very hard. After Yang Chen saw Yang Lan last time, he finally said Yang Lan's intention. The Taishimen, the behemoth, had the intention to kill Yang Chen, and the two women suddenly felt a terrible pressure. It was as if they intended to share some of the pressure for Yang Chen, and also so that they would not become a burden to Yang Chen. They almost went crazy in their cultivation. In this regard, Yang Chen has persuaded them many times. Haste makes waste, but the two women have never been able to relax easily. Yang Chen can only let the two women go crazy. This time, when Yang Chen went out, he must prepare the life source flying sword for the two women. The rare materials obtained from the banyan tree Immortal's cave, Yang Chen gave them to his master. She was a master of refining. With these things to practice, she could definitely improve her level quickly. Before leaving, Yang Chen did not forget to go to his master ancestor Wang Yong. On the one hand, he asked the master ancestor to pay more attention to the safety of Gao Yu. On the other hand, he asked the master ancestor for the body of the second city lord that he promised to refine for Gao Yu. The body of the second city lord has now been refined into a flying eagle puppet, but there is still one last step to complete. After Wang Yong was promoted to the Deshang stage, he did not do anything else. He was trying his best to refine this flying eagle puppet. He also knew that this was the last card that Yang Chen prepared for Gao Yu, and he was very careful. In fact, Wang Yong, after discovering that Yang Chen could refine the second-grade inner sensing pill, understood that his own grand disciple, who was so talented in the alchemy path, would definitely cause many people's worries and dissatisfaction. Wang Yong, who was already a master of the Deshang stage, knew the cruelty of the cultivation world better than anyone, so he was also trying his best to save Yang Chen from future troubles. There are always many challenges to face in cultivation. Wang Yong's attitude towards Yang Chen was far more free and easy than that of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Without going through tempering, it would never be possible to become a great tool. No ascending master's path of cultivation was smooth. Wang Yong almost never worried about the safety of Yang Chen. The speed of the shuttle was something that Wang Yong had personally seen. If he couldn't beat it, he could always escape. Moreover, a powerful guy like the second city lord would only die against Yang Chen. Other people believed that they would not let Yang Chen be in too much danger. The people of Taishimen have always been arrogant. If you meet them on certain occasions, don't hold back. Wang Yong passed the Yin fire tribulation, and his temperament changed greatly. Not only was he more confident in his cultivation, but he was also the same in dealing with threats. No matter what, You just have to remember that the sect will always stand behind you. Remember firmly, we are not afraid of anyone, including the Taishanmen. Chapter 669. When they left, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling just sent Yang Chen in the Immortal's cave and did not follow Yang Chen out. They knew that Yang Chen could not always stay in Chunyang Palace like a coward and never come out. Yang Chen did not drive the shuttle to fly away quickly at the beginning, but first flew to the market of Meiqing Mountain with a flying sword. Here, the first thing Yang Chen did was to send a message to certain channels through Shanghai Feng to buy Yang Lan's head with a gene of high-grade spirit stones. Yang Lan was just a guy in the late foundation stage. A gene of high-grade spirit stones had exceeded the limit of the bounty for the masters of the foundation stage. Presumably, there would be many guys interested in this business. Although it was absolutely easy to get Yang Lan's head with the questioning inner heart pill, it was too cheap for him. Only with this price beyond the general market, let Yang Lan live in fear of being hunted down and spend every day in fear. Yang Chen's appearance in the market was seen by many people, but it was still within the scope of Meiqing Mountain, the territory of Chunyang Palace. This time was different from the past. No one dared to behave atrociously in the territory of Chunyang Palace. The anger of two masters of the Deshang stage was not something that anyone could bear. It was a very contradictory thing. No one dared to do anything to Chunyang Palace on the surface, but many people secretly went out to find the most powerful alchemist in Chunyang Palace. This was the reality. It was never the same as on the surface. When Yang Chen left Meiqing Mountain with the flying sword, it was not known how many eyes were staring in the direction of his departure. It was not until his figure disappeared into the sky that many people slowly retracted their eyes. Just when Yang Chen planned to adjust the direction and summon the shuttle to fly to the demonic sect control place where Taibai Jinxing left the seventh metal true essence, he had been wrapped with his spiritual awareness. The tracking spiritual awareness imprint hidden in his sea of consciousness suddenly flashed strangely. With the current strength of Yang Chen's sea of consciousness and the condensing of his spiritual consciousness, the wrapped spiritual consciousness imprint could actually flash. This was not something an ordinary person could do. This group of divine sense imprint was left by someone when Yang Chen went to the Dragon Palace treasure house last time. At that time, Yang Chen constantly threw some things with spiritual awareness markings into the ocean, causing a group of people to hit walls everywhere. Finally, they were easily beheaded by Yang Chen after he came out of the treasure house. Keeping the only spiritual awareness imprint, Yang Chen intended to use it to track the other party after his strength improved, but he did not expect it to respond now. The spiritual awareness imprint that could react under the wrapping of Yang Chen's early Deshang stage spiritual awareness must also be that the owner of the spiritual awareness imprint got the help of a Deshang stage master. One of the spiritual sense marks left behind in the past had mysteriously disappeared. No matter who it was, they would definitely track it down. Yang Chen had dragged it on for too long and had almost forgotten about this matter. Unexpectedly, the other party actually started to make this mark in the vicinity of Meiqing Mountain. There was a master of the Deshang stage involved, or there was a master whose spiritual awareness had reached the Deshang stage. Only those with a similar level of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could cause the spiritual awareness imprint to tremble. Since the other party came to the door, of course, Yang Chen would not be polite, and it was still the same old trick. Because of the existence of the shuttle in the sea, it could almost be said that it was Yang Chen's home field. Yang Chen immediately changed his direction. The other party had suffered a big loss in the sea last time. Presumably this time they would be prepared for it. But Yang Chen was not afraid at all. The other party seemed to be very well prepared. However, it was impossible to know his destination only by relying on the spiritual awareness imprint. Where to go could only be decided by Yang Chen. Since the spiritual awareness imprint could vibrate once, it meant that the other party had once again stared at Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not afraid that the other party would lose him. He called out the shuttle, found a direction at random, and flew at full speed. Letting the other party know his destination and arrange in advance, this was not Yang Chen's style. It was necessary to use the high speed of the shuttle to play with these tracking guys and lead them to the final battlefield. As soon as he came out of his retreat for alchemy, there was this opportunity. Yang Chen was eager to move his muscles and bones. Randomly chosen in the direction, Yang Chen did not have any specific goal. It was just that after 2 hours, the spiritual awareness imprint vibrated again. The vibration was very slight, but in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, it was very clear. The other party was not close to himself, at least 1,000 miles behind. Yang Chen didn't know what the other party was going to do to catch up with him, but this was not within his consideration. After flying straight for almost 3 or 5 days, Yang Chen changed his direction very casually. This happened 3 or 5 times. After half a month, even Yang Chen didn't know where the front might be, let alone the guys who were tracking him. However, the other party obviously intended to track Yang Chen. Along the way, the spiritual awareness imprint would vibrate once every half a day, and the vibration was stronger and stronger. Yang Chen didn't know what was the reason for this. Could it be that the strength of the guy who was tracking him was still improving? Unable to understand, Yang Chen simply didn't think much about it, just focused on flying forward. On the way forward, Yang Chen has been in the shuttle and did not neglect his cultivation. He leisurely controlled the fire seed in the profound spirit furnace, separated a trace of the 3rd-grade fire seed, and let the yin-yang heaven-burning fire merge. A month's time was enough for Yang Chen to merge and swallow another kind of 3rd-grade fire seed, and the yin-yang heaven-burning fire grew a bit stronger. After 4 or 5 consecutive changes, Yang Chen finally determined the direction and then rushed towards the sea. But this time it was not the direction of the East China Sea, but the direction of the South China Sea. There was no stop along the way. This time, after choosing the direction, he never changed it again. A month later, Yang Chen's shuttle rushed to the South China Sea. When he arrived at the seaside, Yang Chen didn't mean to stop at all. The shuttle plunged into the sea and went straight to the bottom of the sea. It turned slightly westward at the bottom of the sea and quickly swam towards the depths of the sea. Less than half an hour after Yang Chen entered the sea, there was a boat-shaped magic weapon that appeared on the seaside. This magic weapon was very big. It looked like a pointed sailboat. It fell on the sea without stopping and chased Yang Chen in the direction of the wind and lightning. Even on the sea, the sailboat still maintained an amazing speed. If Yang Chen saw it, he would be surprised. The speed of this sailboat was not slower than Yang Chen's shuttle, and it could almost keep pace with it. In the cabin of the sailboat, there were a few figures sitting motionless. The brawny man in the center looked at a compass in front of him, and the pointer of the compass pointed in the direction of Yang Chen. He thinks that he is the only one with a flying magic weapon, humph. This time I will let him die without a burial place. After looking at the compass, the brawny man suddenly snorted coldly and waved his hands. A pair of crystal-clear wings suddenly appeared and became bigger and flew outside the cabin and fixed on the side of the ship. The wings suddenly flapped and the speed of the sailboat was almost doubled, catching up with Yang Chen. Chapter 670. Yang Chen on the bottom of the sea did not expect that the other party still had such a trick. For so many years, Yang Chen relied on the shuttle obtained from the Dragon Palace treasure house to travel around. Guan Yuang and Luo Yuan were all taught a lesson because of the shuttle. Luo Yuan even lost his life because he couldn't catch up with Yang Chen. When driving the shuttle, those who could catch up with Yang Chen only met once, and that was the second city master who was a goshawk. With the cultivation base of the Deshang stage, he was a flying monster, and his speed was very fast, but if he caught up, he would only end up with a grievance on the spot. These made Yang Chen and the people of Chunyang Palace have unusual confidence in Yang Chen's shuttle. It seemed that as long as Yang Chen had the shuttle in his hand, it was impossible for others to catch up with him. Everyone felt that it was impossible for others to catch up with Yang Chen in the shuttle, and Yang Chen himself seemed to have forgotten that although the shuttle was taken from the Dragon Palace treasure house and the grade was very high, the current shuttle had not reached its limit, but it was closely related to Yang Chen's cultivation base. The cultivation base of the Jedon stage could only play a part of the speed of the shuttle, not all of it. Yang Chen, who was swimming fast on the bottom of the sea, did not notice that a sailboat with wings on the sea was breaking the waves. With a speed that was nearly twice that of the shuttle, it was catching up with him at a rapid speed. Letting the other party follow in circles for more than a month was to make the other party unable to determine his destination and unable to set traps in advance. When he came to the sea, it was basically Yang Chen who had the final say. If it weren't for the fact that this old man's water-dividing wings can't be added to the ship in the air, I would have caught up with this little beast. On the sailboat, watching the pointer on the compass swing faster and faster, the owner of the wings sneered again and again, "Do you really think that the sea is your world?" Several people sitting next to him also slowly stood up at this moment and began to prepare for the next battle. Their goal this time was very clear. They wanted to catch Yang Chen or kill him. They could not let Yang Chen return to Chunyang Palace. A few months ago, Taishaman received secret news that the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had made a deal with Chunyang Palace and exchanged dozens of questioning inner heart pills from Chunyang Palace at a high price. This news shocked the top leaders of Taishaman. Under the circumstances that the Taishaman Mountain Gate was blown up and their vitality was greatly damaged, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect got dozens of questioning inner heart pills. What does this mean? It was scary to think about it. If this situation was allowed to continue, it would not take many years for the title of the number 1 sect in Dao sect to change hands. There had never been a moment when these higher-ups of Taishaman had longed for a high-level alchemist like Yang Chen. If the guy who was responsible for picking up the disciples did not throw Yang Chen out of the mountain gate, how good would it be? Unfortunately, everything was too late now. The news that Yang Lan brought back showed that Yang Chen did not know how to appreciate favors, and he also scolded the Taishaman for their hypocrisy. It was obviously impossible to let Yang Chen take the initiative to surrender, so the remaining thing was either to capture Yang Chen alive and force him to make alchemy for the sect, or to kill him and never have any future troubles. But no matter which one it was, there was a premise that was to try to get a certain alchemy scripture or alchemy secret book from Yang Chen as much as possible. A guy who could refine the heaven-seizing pill in the foundation stage could never be born with it. The only explanation was that Yang Chen had a fortuitous encounter and got a powerful alchemy secret book. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain his monstrous performance. This secret book must have been found in countless miscellaneous books, and the Taishaman were convinced of this. Yang Chen's habit of reading miscellaneous books had long been well known. There must be such a book that made Yang Chen have such a heaven-defying alchemy level. The Taishaman sent a strong lineup this time. Last time, they just randomly sent a few chess pieces in the peripheral Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and they were all killed by Yang Chen. This time, the Taishaman attached great importance to it, and all the Yuanying stage masters were sent. For Yang Chen's combat effectiveness, to be honest, the Taishaman did not care much. Yang Chen was powerful, even if he could kill Li Qinchen in the late foundation stage. It was just a small fight. Maybe it was with the help of some kind of powerful medicinal pill. No matter how powerful a person was, after all, it was limited, but Yang Chen's medicinal pill was equivalent to dozens of masters, which was what made the Taishaman most afraid. 6 Yuanying stage masters, in the view of the Taishaman, were more than enough to deal with Yang Chen. Not only that, but there were also 2 magic weapons refined by the masters of the Deshang stage. One was a tracking compass, which was dedicated to tracking the spiritual awareness imprint of a certain guy. The other was the sailboat that everyone was riding on. This was a little famous magic weapon of the Taishanmen, but the reputation was only spread within the Taishanmen sect, and it did not spread out. The sailboat was just fast, and there were no other advantages, and others would not pay too much attention to it. However, if this sailboat was coupled with the wings of the strong man, it could more than double the speed of the sailboat on the sea. This was the trump card of the Taishanmen this time. Triggering the vibration of the spiritual awareness imprint could also be regarded as a warning to these guys, and actively let Yang Chen discover that they were tracking. They have analyzed several actions of Yang Chen. Whether he was chased by killers or chased by Luo Yuan, Yang Chen liked to run to the sea, and eventually Yang Chen would return to the sea. It was estimated that Yang Chen never dreamed that the enemy had studied him so thoroughly, and even calculated his final destination. Anyway, as long as he reached the sea, the speed that Yang Chen was proud of could no longer be relied on. In the face of the pursuit of 5 Yuanying stage ancestors with water spiritual roots and a Yuanying stage ancestor with wood spiritual roots, it was absolutely impossible for him to go to heaven or to go to hell. Water restrains fire. Yang Chen's fire attribute spirit root was naturally restrained by the water attribute spirit root. 5 Yuanying stage masters. It was estimated that they could eat Yang Chen without leaving any residue. At first, Yang Chen just buried his head on the road, intending to find some powerful monsters on the way and repeat the same trick, but he did not expect the speed of the enemy to be so fast. As soon as the sailboat entered the scope of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness exploration, Yang Chen noticed the existence of the sailboat, but he could not know how many people were in the sailboat. This sailboat was effectively shielded against the exploration of the spiritual awareness. At this time, Yang Chen was already thousands of miles away at the bottom of the sea. No matter how to escape, it was already a little too late. The speed of the other party was far beyond the shuttle. In the sky and in the ground, Yang Chen had no possibility of escaping. In less than an hour, the sailboat had already reached the top of Yang Chen. Looking at Yang Chen's futile attempts to escape in all directions, the leading strong man issued a burst of contemptuous laughter. When you get to the sea, everything is not up to you. After saying this, the strong man waved his hand and told the other 5 masters, set up the formation.